Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Goeiemorgen, dumelang, abushen, molweni, lochani, axuveni. Hayi, ngile bathandekayo. Siyabonga kakhulu namhlanje ukuhlanganyela kunye nani la. The name niyayaz, but for the benefit of those who do not know me, my name is Pamandla Kwela. Currently, I'm situated at Inanda campus as the student liaison officer of that particular campus. Our program before us, you all have it. But before we begin the program of today, umuntu akanibingelele bathandekayo egameni likamphathi wethu omkhulu TJ Kula. Sibingelele lapha namhlanje ubaba uthi Isibiya omele isikhungu namhlanje njengoba sila naye. He forms part of the senior management of this institution. Our program will unfold in this fashion. It will be tea and registration in the morning. We've done that. We've completed that aspect. It's prayer. Dr. Ngiba will take us through that rendition. The welcome by the camera to Mr. Lutuli to continue further with the competition. Mr. Lutuli will take us through the competition, the auditing of results by the judges. We'll have a vote of thanks by Miss H. Ndombela, the lovely young lady there. She's very young, by the way. Lastly, then, we'll have an announcement of results and the prize giving. Bese ke siba nale yokugcina kuthiwa stomach politics. Niyayazi stomach politics. Ufawu lenayo ngiyazi khona abanye vele although sesihevile ibreakfast kodwa beyilangazelele ngalendlela esimangaliso. Ladies and gentlemen, may we please have uDokotela ubaba uNgiba to come through and give us the rendition of a prayer item. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Program Director, for giving me this wonderful opportunity to open this function with a prayer. Privately, he had asked me to do a very, maybe also because in a few weeks we will be having elections. So people's emotions are at their all-time high. We are here to talk. Can we sing? Can we sing? Okay, because most of people who are here are in the main talkers, debaters. O sibulu ge o sibulu ge murena sibulu ge Sicha basa esa Jesu sicha basa esa South Africa. One passage from the scripture, Romans 11, verse. From him and through him, to him are all things. To him be all the glory forever. Amen. Almighty God, we thank you. We thank you for the precious gift of life, which you graciously give to us every day. And today we are especially grateful for this big day here at our college, Elangeni, that we are going to have an opportunity to showcase our talents, and we know you are the source of all talents. You, the one who gives us the ability through the power of the Holy Spirit to do that which is expected of us. So, okay, Almighty God, we thank you. We thank you for allowing us once again to meet, to congregate at this place for the sole purpose of engaging our minds on the issues which are of importance in our country and in the world. Bless this day, bless all the participants, bless the leaders, the program director in particular. Equip him with the necessary wisdom to lead this program to its finality, thus opening other faculties of our minds so that we'll be able to tap ideas from them, because you are the well that never ends in wisdom and power. Be with us, because all things come from you, all things are blessed by you. All this we ask in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen. I thank you.
It goes without saying ukuthi empeleni sibusisekile sizikhungu sezemfundo ephakeme ngokuba no Reverend Dr. S Ngiba. Uyabona njengamanje njengoba ekhuleka nje ukhulekela ukuthi ngibe namandla okuyidriver lenqola esikuyona. Ngiyabonga kakhulu ngalokho dokotela. Indeed usunginikile ugqozu nofuqufuqu lokuthi ngikwazi ukuthi lenqola yanamhlanje ngiyise phambili. Ladies and gentlemen, in moving forward, we will ask umama wala ekhaya kule campus esikuyona. Siyabonga kakhulu mama wethu.
Sanbonan, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You are welcome. I think that's my duty. You are welcome. Now, on a serious note, it is an honor for us as Mpumalanga campus to host such a prestigious event, being part of the family of Elangeni. And we are where the sun comes from, Mpumalanga. It's such an honor to see all of you. Welcome to the adjudicators, welcome to you, Program Director. Welcome to Mr. Sbia on behalf of the senior management. Welcome to all guests from the central office. Welcome to the participants from all campuses. Welcome to the lecturers and all the staff that is driving the whole process in all campuses, who are working with our students, who were working with them all the way through to now. You are all welcome, feel free, and when your nature calls, we do have ablutions. As you walk out this door, there's ablutions just next to the wall outside here. I see there's a hospitality desk that side. You'll also help yourself when the time is right. But otherwise, there's really nothing much that I need to say, Mina, except to say you are free. Okay. On behalf of the senior management, we have Mr. T.E.S.B.A. who will be coming here to tell us why we're here and give us an address on behalf of the senior management of the college. You will know that as much as we are here at Mpumalanga campus, this is not Mpumalanga campus event, it's the college event. We are just hosting the event. So I will now ask Mr. Sbia to come forward, and that's why we're here. and give us some words of advice. Thank you.
Program Director, I wish to greet you this morning. Reverend Giba, I also wish to greet you this morning and thank you for the wonderful prayer that you have given us as we have gathered here. Angikuzwanga kodwa mfundisi uthi abanezona bathethelelwe. Bese nginovalo nje ukuthi uzobiza ne-altar call kodwa ke umsebenzi wakho nceke yenkosi. Siyabonga kakhulu mfundisi. Thank you very much. I wish to greet the campus manager, Miss Ngubane. I also wish to greet the student support services staff that is here I also wish to greet the people who needed the prayer utmost more than any other person, to just ask God's wisdom to assist you as you are judging this competition here today. I also wish to greet the members of the campus management team that is here with us today. I wish to also recognize the organizing committee of this event. I think you have done a stellar job. Can you give them the round of applause? You need to remember that this is not within their job description, but it is out of love of our students. It is out of love of this college. That is why you see them going an extra mile to ensure that they put together an event of this magnitude. I thank you for that. I also wish to recognize the presence of the student liaison officers. These are people as well who are very critical at the college as a whole, but also at a life of a student at a TVET college. These are people that are there to ensure that we support the student in all kinds so that the student succeed. So that we meet and have a discussion and an engagement with you. But we cannot take your job lightly. I also wish to recognize the lecturers that are here today, the lecturers that have supported these students as they were preparing for this event today. I think you've also done a great job. I want to also recognize the competitors themselves and say you need to calm your nerves down and enjoy the journey, okay? I want to greet the student body as a whole, which is here to support the participant. I am here on behalf of Mrs. T.J. Kula, our college principal. She would have loved to be part of us. Actually, she was coming. We were going to come together with her, but something came up. She had to attend into that other commitment that needed her attention. So I'm saying this so that you can understand the seriousness of this event. It's not just an event. Don't think that when you are sitting here, you are sitting in just one of those events that are not important. This is part of teaching and learning. It's very, very, very important. So as the college, we take this very seriously. So I wish to render that apology on behalf of the principal. Ladies and gentlemen, I greet you all this morning in this august and an important event within the student life at Elangeni TVET College. As I said to you students, I hope this becomes part of your experience, because life is about experiences. So I hope that the experience that you will gather here today, you will take it with you and it will remind you a campus life. So that's why I said earlier, you need to relax and enjoy the journey. This event has become an important part of our college calendar, and it is playing a significant role as one of these academic support programs at the college. Without a doubt, debates, book review, and poetry competitions have ignited a lot of interest among students and lecturers. They have provided learners with a chance to develop their research, critical thinking, and information literacy skills. And these competitions have further developed the abilities amongst the learners to work in teams and to present arguments in a systematic and a logical format. For our learners participating in these debates, it will help them to develop a problem-solving skills and innovative thinking, while helping them to link between the words and ideas that have concept that are more meaningful. We are all here just because of one thing and one thing alone, the students. If a program director, the student was not here, we all wouldn't be sitting here. Do you agree? So hence I'm saying, when I talk of the SLOs, these are people that are at the forefront of the army that needs to ensure that what I'm talking about here, the student-centeredness, is there. So everything that we need to be doing when we go about doing our duties, we need to ensure that we put the student at the center. As part of student-centeredness, the college sees debates as an opportunity to put the students at the center of a learning process, as it gives a learner an opportunity to read, write, and research about topics he or she is going to debate or talk about. It further equips learners with enhanced communication skills. Undoubtedly, it is to broaden the students' knowledge, base and understanding of different perspectives through debating selected topics. It is without a doubt that today's competition will definitely help students in the classroom to improve their ability to learn basic critical thinking and presentation skills in a way that other forms of skills can't match up with. I wish to take this opportunity to congratulate all the competing participants. And I also wish to take this part to wish them all the best for the duration of the competition. I thank you.
Bayadangi Menyer Sbia. Sibonge kakhulu Babu Sbia. Indeed, you've articulated very well the position of the college and thus the purpose of today. Ladies and gentlemen, without wasting time, let me get into the introduction, or specializing in translation from the University of South Africa. Or Nami, by the way, Nami, I'm a student at UNISA. An editing methodology and practical application certificate from the University of Stellenbosch. Nilalele kodwa. You can see ukuthi laba bantu bafunda akudlalwa bafowethu. So from that kusho ukuthi nani njengabantu abasha qhubekani kakhulu kunakuqala. Omdala ohleli la before us obona ukuthi useqedile ukufunda cha ubengakaqedi akaqhubeke. I'm glad ubaba lapha uThabeta, I know for a fact he's doing his PhD currently. So I think those are the people that we must draw wisdom from so that we continue to pursue higher education. Says one. In other words, I mean to say from here onwards, moving further, you oath to articulate bantabash. Niqhubekele phambili. Izikhungo zemfundo ezingaphezulu kwethu zisilindile. Uyezwa umholi wenhlangano yabafundi? Also, she holds a bachelor's degree in public administration from the Management College of South Africa. Your alma mater, where Miss Mbelu, main course. She has worked as an interpreter for the Commission for Conciliation and Mediation and Arbitration, as a language practitioner at the Tegwini municipality, a declared independent language practitioner at the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa. She is currently a principal language practitioner at Umsunduzi municipality. She is currently the chairperson of the Durban University of Technology Practice Board. Okusho ukuthi manithole ithuba in our busy day today, basikule August program esikuyona. Nilithole ithuba lokunetworka nabo, ni exchange futhi nama contacts, because you might never know, one day they might be your lifesaver. Ladies and gentlemen, my task for today is done. I want to thank you all for allowing me the opportunity to be before you. Nami ngithi ukuzishwashwada kabili kathathu. In so saying that, share, Mr. Luthuli, the floor is yours, sir. Thanks.
All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Before we start the session, I would like to inform everyone about the toilet facilities. You'll go through these doors. All right. Before we set up, we'd ask for the mic stand, because those who want to use the facilities will use these 2 minutes while they are setting up to go out, because the session that we are about will allow people to go out to use facilities, and then we'll resume the session, because during the session we will prohibit movement. I think it is proper for us to use these 2 minutes so that you won't be pressed when you are about to take the lactem. I know that we have been traveling. Just to ease the nerves, eh? Ladies and gentlemen, I think now all your undivided attention. I'm Mr. Lutuli, MW. I come from team A. I come from team B to H, okay? You are allowed to introduce speakers by their names, but not the group or the campus where you come from. If you do that, there are judges that are going to penalize you. And then, let me take you through this debating sequence. The proposition, the affirmative team will be on the side, the right-hand side. Negative team, the opposition, on the left-hand side. The debate sequence will be as follows. Speaker one from the affirmative will start the debate, followed by speaker one from the opposition, and it will be speaker two from the affirmative and speaker two from the opposition. And then there will be a question and answer session, because we have agreed that we will not be taking questions during the debate. So after speaker two from the opposition, then there will be an answer session. Each team will be allowed 2 questions. Each team will pose 2 questions. And then there will be 2 responses. Meaning, during the first speakers and the second speakers, teams should be preparing questions. If they don't have questions, they are allowed not to ask questions, okay? You are not compelled to ask questions. And then, what is important is that speaker one, proposition, affirmative, speaker one, opposition, speaker two, affirmative, speaker two, opposition, and then question and answer session. 2 questions per team. There will be 4 members in the debate team, 3 debaters and the researcher. During the question and answer sessions, the researcher is also allowed to ask questions and answer on questions posed. Are we clear? And then a person that is going to wrap up their case first is the opposition, and then a person that is going to close the debate is the last speaker from the affirmative side. Now, please take note of time allocated. Each debater is allocated 5 minutes. The timekeeper, we have the timekeeper. The timekeeper will indicate on the 4th minute, and when your time has elapsed in the 5th minute, okay. And then question and answer session for responses, it will be 1 minute per response. And the timekeeper will indicate if your time has elapsed. Are we clear on that? Now we will start the session. We will start the session with Team A and Team B. Please take your respective positions. Affirmative. All right, please be reminded that this session is a very formal session. The way we conduct ourselves during the session is very important. And also be reminded that this is a live session. And debating in front of people is very unnerving, but I'm confident that all the nerves are relaxed now. The judges, are you ready? They were born ready, and also the debaters. First speaker from the affirmative, please take the lectern.
I would like to greet you all. I am Speaker 1 from the affirmative side, Team A. My name is Sipe Sihle Msane, and I would like to introduce my second speaker. It's Sihle Mkwadlamba. And I would like to introduce my third speaker. It's Ngobile Mkhize. And I would like to introduce my researcher. It's Nokpiwa Makoba. I am under this topic that says, this House believes that the youth vote in the upcoming May 29th, 2024 elections has the potential to elevate the South Africans' high unemployment rate. As our late Nelson Mandela once said, I quote, open quote, "The right of a person to vote freely in democratic elections is to express their freedom freely and vote in democratic elections, and together an association as one wishes and youth votes are needed to tackle this complex issue." Youth population stats, my source, Stats SA, stated that 20.3 million people aged 18 to 35 make up 38% of population in 2023. This statistics highlight the importance of youth votes in addressing South Africa's high unemployment rate. However, South Africa's unemployment rate has the potential for young people to drive the economic growth and development. As I conclude, let us empower young people.
Honorable chairs, esteemed judges, cautious timekeeper, and the House at large. Greetings to you all. My name is Amanda Goba, and I will be the first speaker of the opposition. I am honored to engage in today's debates. Let's delve into our opposing stance on the topic which says youth unemployment rate is very high. Will voting change the situation? With clarity and eviction. I come from the Team A, with the second speaker will be Mbuso, the third speaker will be Mla, and our researcher over there, which is Nompilo. First and foremost, youth unemployment refers to the situation where individuals between the ages of 15 and 24 are unable to find employment and are underemployed, despite being actively seeking work. This age group is typically considered the transition phase from education to the labor market. Lack of youth representation in parliament. Political parties often prioritize older and more established leaders, leaving limited space for youth voices in decision-making positions. Political process is a significant factor that contributing to the persistence of youth unemployment. Political education, educational system, and skills, they actually play a very crucial role in addressing youth unemployment, and here's how. Political education actually empowers the youth or young people to understand the political process and demand policies that address youth unemployment, skills, grade seeking better opportunities, corruption. It is one of the biggest challenges worldwide. It has a significant impact on youth unemployment, as it discourages entrepreneurship as corrupt. Bureaucrats demand bribes to hinder business registrations, undermines trust in institutions, leading political disengagement among young people. Furthermore, the youth has limits to job opportunities as corrupt officials embezzle funds which are meant for youth programs. Last but not least, frustrations and disillusionment among young people who may feel that their voice are not being addressed. Bribery and extortion, from where people are forced to pay bribes and secure jobs or access to education and and training opportunities. Mbuso, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Now it will be the second speaker from the affirmative.
Greetings to my judges, my timekeeper, and everyone else. Today my topic says, this House believes, I am speaker number 2. This House believes that the youth vote in the upcoming May 29, 2024 elections has the potential to alleviate South Africa's high unemployment rate. According to my source, Polity and Meta AI, with South Africa's youth accounting for more than 20.6 million, about 35% of the population, increasing their civic involvement and political participation is crucial to building an inclusive society and strong democratic institutions. For South Africa's political system to be representative, all parts of society should be included. When young people are disenfranchised or disengaged from political process, a significant portion of the population has little or no voice or influence in decisions that affect them. A key consequence is the undermining of our political system because of a lack of representativeness. Inclusive political participation is not only a fundamental political and democratic right, but is crucial to building stable and peaceful societies and developing policies that respond to young people's needs. For young people to be adequately represented in political institutions, processes, and decision-making, and in particular in elections, they must know their rights and be given the necessary knowledge and capacity to participate in a meaningful way at all levels. Now let's unpack why should young people vote. Young people have the numbers to bring change into this country. South Africa is desperate for effective political accountability and inclusive leadership that incorporates intersectional mechanisms of governance. In conclusion, voting according to whichever politician or political party that represents the change or job opportunities young people want to see can lead to a change in governance, with the hope that it will lead.
Thank you, second speaker.
Make change. As a speaker number 2, I will argue that while the youth vote is vital, this is not a magic solution that will solve South African economic problem. We need a comprehensive approach that addresses economic challenge, include a sustainable economic growth, and prioritize youth empowerment. Firstly, even if more young people are in parliament, older politicians have more power than young people. A study by South African Institute for Race Relationship found that the average of members of parliament in South Africa is 55 years old. As a political analyst, Dr. Somadodo Fikin note the dominance of older politicians in parliament can stifle the voice of young people in parliament. This means the voices of young people are not being heard. Secondly, economic problem is deeply seated and voting alone won't fix that issue. South Africa economic growth, according to the World Bank, South African economic growth has been sluggish and faces a significant development challenges. As economic doctor, Dr. Tabi Loka states, South African economic growth is hindered by structural issues like inequality and poverty, which required a sustainable effort. We need a comprehensive approach to fix economic challenges. These include addressing skill mismatch, investing in education and training, and promoting entrepreneurship and innovation. Thirdly, voting won't create jobs automatically. As a youth activist, the youth state that there is over 60% of youth that are unemployed. As a youth activist, Zuleika Peterson emphasizing to young people diverse voices. These include engaging and participating in policy making, conducting a regular survey that's addressing youth protest. In conclusion, while the youth vote is crucial, this is not a magic solution to economic problem. We need a comprehensive approach addresses economic, include a sustained economic growth and prioritize youth empowerment. As Nelson Mandela once said, the youth of today are the leaders of tomorrow. Let's work together to create a brighter future for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Now the debate is going to the floor, meaning
All again. I have a question for Team B, the opposing team. I have a question for Speaker 1 and Speaker 2. Firstly, I will start with Speaker 1. Speaker 1, you quoted, open quote, corruption is the biggest issue in South Africa, close quote. Meaning, we are here to speak about our youth unemployment rate and how we can solve it. But your biggest main issue, it was corruption and bribery. How is that an issue to our problem as the youth of today? Because in my own belief and honesty,
sorry to interject. Okay. We pose a question only. First question, second question. Okay.
Speaker 2, you quoted, open quote, voting cannot solve our economical problem. Voices of young people are not being heard. Over 60% youth are not employed. Who is your source? You did not state your source, that's the first thing. And the second thing, why are you saying that voices are not being heard?
Thank you. Opposition, do you have questions? Please come and pose questions. Your questions.
Greetings. I have a question for both speakers, but they're just general questions, not from what you guys talked about. So my first question would be, what measures are in place to ensure that government programs targeting youth unemployment are transparent, accountable, and are free of corruption?
The second question would be, what evidence is there that government intervention effectively reduces youth unemployment without intended consequences? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Please come. You have 2 minutes to answer both questions.
Greetings, everyone. I would like to answer the question that was aimed at corruption first. In 2016, 200 million was stolen, and it was discovered that 200 million that was stolen was aimed to empower young. It was for the agricultural sector, aimed at empowering young farmers. By virtue of empowering those young farmers, they were going to job opportunities that were going to be opened. So that is how corruption hinders the process of trying to fight youth unemployment rates. Also, I think your second speaker spoke about the youth being all right. Your second speaker spoke about the youth being represented in Parliament. According from Census SA, it's only 9% of the youth that is in Parliament as of currently. So to voice out the demands of the youth and their challenges of fighting the unemployment rates. I thank you.
Thank you. Affirmative. Your responses?
To the researcher on the opposing side, you asked a question that what is the evidence that is provided that the government is doing, I forgot the question, but I answered it. There are government internships that offer to people. It is the access to productivity and of resource and use in government, which is meant that the internships that are provided are meant for the youth to be able to do their jobs and provide for families. That's it. Even now, the municipality is doing so to provide and creating job opportunities. Even the government itself is creating job opportunities. There is evidence. Because now, as we speak, there are assistant teachers. That's a job, in my own perspective. Being a person. Speaker two, to answer speaker 3, isn't it? You said there are 2 million, to answer your question, when you said there are 2 million million it was stolen, I'm not sure how can I answer that, because in 2016, isn't it? I cannot answer that in my own perspective, but all I can say that for sure the 200 million, it was given to, it was not stolen. That's my source. It was not stolen. Because it was offered. That's what I know. It was offered. I'm answering, but it was offered, not stolen.
Thank you. Now we'll hear closing arguments from the opposition.
indeed a crisis. But the notion that voting alone can significantly change this situation, I think it oversimplifies the complex factors at play. Here's why. I think I think it oversimplifies and it does not provide sufficient political education to the youth, but the youth, in fact, politicians are ruling the country backed by the voters of the people at large. So political education is essential so that the youth, when they want to voice out their challenges, they can do so with informed policies, as opposed to having a youth going to a ballot box, but they do not know anything about politics. What role can they play in politics to make sure that they shape their future? So I think the first step is to teach the youth about politics so that when they vote, they have to vote for a political party that speaks to their needs, particularly the unemployment rates. Secondly, I think the education system in South Africa has to be amended because in this institution I am learning at, I'm doing IT, we are being taught computer programming using an app called Visual Studio, which teaches us the basics of Visual Basics, only to find out that from next year, June 30, Microsoft is phasing out Visual Studio. What does that say about me, who's doing level 4, studying at this college? It means that the skills I'm acquiring at this institution will be relevant as of 1 July going forward. So I think the amendment of the syllabus that we are using to learn, it must happen sooner than later. We should not turn a blind eye. And also, the economic realities. South Africa faces economic challenges that are beyond its borders. We talk about global economic trends, technological shifts, and market dynamics that influence job creation. In closing remarks, I think voting on its own would not create jobs. We must encourage entrepreneurship and support small businesses. I think in the past 2 years when COVID attacked us, a lot of small businesses collapsed and they were not assisted to get back on feet, and a lot of jobs were lost during that period and they have not been recovered. Voting on its own will not bring back those jobs, but the government intervention will help those small companies to get back at their feet. Who's going to make sure that that is possible? All right, so I would like to thank you for the opportunity being given. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Now we will hear closing argument from the affirmative side. Round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, honorable judges and debaters, you are all greeted. I am speaker number 3 from Team A, the affirmative side, of the topic that says, this House believes Thus, the youth rate, that the youth vote in the upcoming 29 May 2024 has the potential to alleviate South Africa's unemployment rate. May 29, 2024 holds the key to unlocking South Africans' economic potential in alleviation the crippling unemployment rate. I quote, "Unemployment is ticking time bomb. We need to address it urgently." Musman Mani's words. By exercising their franchise, you can elect leaders who prioritize job creation and economic growth. Demands policy reforms that addresses the skill mismatch, education system failures, holds politicians accountable for promises made and unkept. Also parties that champions youth entrepreneurship and innovation, and shape the future of work and drive technological establishment. By voting, South Africans' youth can reclaim their future and build a prosperous nation for all. In conclusion, remember the power lies in the hands and the future is theirs to shape. It's theirs to shape. Let us harness the energy and idealism of the youth to tackle the unemployment and build a brighter future for all.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. On a lighter note, I'll blame the Reverend for starting the day with Boroka. I saw myself playing a Zimdola Duma taking the mic. But ladies and gentlemen, debaters, do not force me to play that role again. All right, round of applause for the first round. I see them shaking hands. Team C, Team D, take your respective places. Okay, let me find from the judges if they have, okay, all right. Okay, the teams are ready. It is the affirmative and the opposition. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to round 2 on the same motion. Welcome first speaker from the affirmative.
Good morning, honorable judges, esteemed opponents, and respected audience. My name is Luandile Sikosana, and I am the first speaker from the proposing side. And today I'm not alone. I am with my team members from Team D. We have Sitembile Tembu, we have Mandisa Mwelase and also Lerato Ngcobo. Today's motion is that this House believes that the youth vote in the upcoming May 29, 2024 elections has the potential to alleviate the South Africa's high unemployment rate. For the purpose of this debate, we will define the term youth as those individuals who are between the ages 18 and 34. But now we want to focus on those who are eligible to vote. These age groups are considered to be in a transitioning phase from childhood to adulthood. And based on the most recent data available, approximately 4.9 million youth individuals have been registered to vote of the youth population who have taken the initiative to register and strongly agrees with the motion. And I will be presenting the four main arguments that will support our stance. Firstly, if we as the youth gather up together and cast a vote, that will promote political stability and investor confidence. Ladies and gentlemen, a higher vote youth turnout can lead to more stable and representative governance. The upcoming 2024 elections is a valuable opportunity for us as youth of South Africa to use our voices and demand pressing issues like unemployment. Our voices can be heard through numbers. This political stability would create a favorable environment for economic growth and attract both local and foreign investments, which will create more job opportunities for the unemployed. Secondly, inspiring social change. The active engagement of us young people in the democratic process can inspire social change and create a more equitable society. By voting for candidates who prioritize employment and inclusive economic growth, we as the youth can help break down the systematic barriers that continue unemployment and inequality. Thirdly, youth-centric policies. By actively participating in electoral process, we as the youth can influence political parties to prioritize policies that address the unemployment crisis, such as job creation, vocational training, and entrepreneurship support. This encourages politicians to develop and implement targeted strategies that improve unemployment and opportunities for the younger generation. Lastly, demographic significance. South Africa's young youth demographic constitutes a significant portion of the population, with approximately 36.5% of individuals aged 18 to 34. If we use our voting power, we can shape our country's political landscape. As future leaders, we can use this newfound interest to foster a culture of active citizenship and ensure that policies and resources are directed towards our needs and aspirations. In conclusion, the youth vote in the upcoming May 29, 2024 elections indeed has the potential to alleviate South Africa's high unemployment rate. By promoting political stability, inspiring social change, promoting and shaping our policies, and leveraging demographic significance, we young people can catalyze positive transformations that can lead to improved employment opportunities and a brighter future for all. So as a youth, let us take this chance and make that change, make that vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll hear the first speaker from the opposition. Please take the lectern.
Adjudicators, chairperson of the session, timekeeper, my fellow opponents, my teammates, Sinenhlanhla Langa, Mlungisi Ngobese, and Sinenhlanhla Kweyama. The House at large receives my warm, heartfelt greetings. Standing in front of you is uNomandla Mdunge. Forgive me, my fellow opponents, if you have never seen those documents before. In front of you are reports from the quarterly labor force and the elections satisfaction survey, of which, if you had done any research for today's topic, you would know that, but worry not, we're here to help you. The motion for today is, this House believes that upcoming May 29th, 2024 elections. Believe. To believe is the acceptance that something exists or is true, especially one without proof. What is to alleviate? Alleviate is to make something easier to endure, relieve, or lessen, such as to make something more bearable. Potential. Potential is having or showing the capacity to develop into something in the future. What is unemployment rate? Unemployment rate is a representation number of unemployed people as a percentage of the labor force. Labor force being the sum of employed and unemployed people. And now, to the main characters of the motion, the youth. What is youth commonly known to be or as? Youth is the period between childhood and adult age. It's best understood as a period of transition from the dependence of childhood to adult independence. Yet, age is commonly known to be the easiest way to define this group. Youth also gets to be defined in relations to education and employment, as youth is often referred to as pupil between the ages of leaving compulsory education and finding their first job. Lastly, May 29th, what will be taking place on that day? President Cyril Ramaphosa proclaimed, and I quote, on Wednesday, the 29th of May, as the date for the general, national, and provincial elections. For this purpose, the President also declared that on the 29th of May, will be a public holiday. What the affirmative team would want to convince us today is that the youth vote will be some sort of magic bullet. And secondly, they will want to make us believe that staggering unemployment rate figures can be resolved by a single election. And we are here to tell you, we are vehemently opposed to this motion. Not only are we going to show that the youth is so apathetic, but their participation is unlikely to make a difference. We are also going to show you that unemployment is caused by complex structural issues that is multifaceted approach. My fellow teammates will further elaborate this. We are not here to tell you about ideologies and emotions. We are here to tell you about facts and assist our opposition. I will leave them with those stats. But, ladies and gentlemen, numbers do not lie. Thank you.
Thank you. Second speaker from the affirmative.
Participating in the election by choosing a political party who prioritizes in job creation and economic growth, the youth vote can push the policies that directly benefit them and provide them with the opportunities they need to thrive. Additionally, the youth has a potential to bring first perspective, ideas, and energy to political landscape in South Africa. By engaging in the elections and advocating for their interests, young voters can contribute to more inclusive and representative democracy to address the needs and the concerns for all citizens, especially those affected by unemployment. The youth vote can also hold politicians and government officials accountable for their promises and commitments regarding job creation and economic development. By actively participating in the elections, young voters can ensure that they elect officials prioritizing addressing unemployment and implement effective policies to tackle the pressing issue. Moreover, the youth vote can help bring attention to the specific challenges and barriers that young people face in accessing job opportunities, such as lack of skills training, discrimination, and limited in resources. As the youth, it is our...
Thank you. Now we'll hear second speaker from the opposition.
Greetings to the faculty, timekeeper, my opponents, my teammates, and the floor at large. Standing before you is Speaker 2 from the opposing side under the notion at table. I'll begin my argument by saying the youth vote on its own cannot sway the election's outcome. The youth vote is just one segment of the electorate. Young people may vote in large numbers, but their vote is not enough to determine the outcome. Statistics from the International Electoral Commission state that population of young people registered to vote is just 32%, of which not all of them, according to vote trends, are going to vote. According to census and vote registration data, out of 34.7% of the youth in South Africa, approximately 16.5 are eligible to vote. Political party manifestos do not prioritize youth employment. They do not have a concrete plan to counteract or address unemployment. And even if they do, there is no guarantee that they will be implemented. Let us take a look at their manifestos. None of them have spoken about the breed and break issues that the young people have in South Africa, especially creation of employment. The system is unresponsive to the youth's need. So what could possibly motivate the youth to vote? There's a lack in youth representation in political leadership. According to the latest candidate list, which you also have in front of you, my opponents, show that political parties vying for parliament, only about 10% of them are of youth age. And the reports from the HSR show that the general turnout have been declining, showing how the youth feels disenchanted with the electoral participation and reflects, and all of these low youth electoral participation show apathy, mistrust, and dissatisfaction. And Speaker 2 from the opposing side, from my opponents actually, stated something about the youth being actively participating in elections. But the youth have lacked trust, policies, and participations because of how our government is putting them in place. And other studies show deep skeptical youth people about the efficiency of the government. All that aforementioned limits the impact of youth vote. Voting alone is not a direct solution to unemployment. Although it is essential, it does not necessarily address the complex issues causing employment, namely education, skills development, and economic policies playing a significant role. Voting alone cannot fix these complexities. In closing, I say we should seek alternative solutions to combat unemployment. Relying solely on the youth simply casting a vote is plainly delusional. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we have come to the question and answer of this session. Affirmative team, with your two questions, if you have, please come and pose them. Whoever is ready. The affirmative with their 2 questions.
Greetings once again. I only have one question for our second speaker, because I have noticed that you kept on mentioning the parliament, but the question is the parliament the only place whereby the youth can get unemployed or employed? Is it the only place? Thank you.
Questions from the opposition?
Ms. Kosana, Speaker 1, spoke of political stability. Well, we all know that political stability has been here since 1994. What will change now? That will create employment. Now that we know that 32% has registered to vote, we all know that not everyone that is registered to vote will vote. So what will change now?
Responses?
Greetings again, and I would like to answer the question that the researcher at the side has said. By you asking that it's been here since 1994, what makes you think can change now? Have you actually ever tried to change? Because you're still sticking in the same government system. You haven't thought about changing. None of you ever thought about changing. No, while you're bringing the past, the same thing I'm pretty sure people said in the past when there's still apartheid, when they thought that the apartheid was never going to change, we're still going to be stuck in apartheid, but they still fought. So us as the youth, if we actually can stand up, we can fight, we can win this war, because at the end of the day, our voices will be heard and the change will happen. Thank you.
A response from the proposition.
Ladies and gentlemen, I greet you all. My name is Mlungi Singobese. I'd like to respond to the single question that was posed to us today. The speaker from our opposition here says that we are the one hopping about the parliament. Is the parliament the only place where youth can find job opportunities? But ladies and gentlemen, that's exactly what our point is here to say today. We are here to say that the voting of the youth and our voting of the youth will not change the unemployment situation of the youth. We are here today to provide the solutions that are bound to provide employment in South Africa, not the voting. So I'll just pause it there for now. We'll come back to answer you more. Thank you.
So, the session is heating up. Now, we'll hear the closing arguments from the opposition. Closing arguments from the opposition. Yes. Closing arguments from the opposition.
Within us, the reality from IEC is that only 32% of the youth have registered to vote. In actual fact, reports from the Human Sciences Research Council have shown that since 2006, the amount of people who are interested in voting, let alone registering to vote, is continuously declining. So with 32% of the youth of South Africa that is eligible to vote having registered, how many people do you think are going to come and vote on May 29? Over and above that, ladies and gentlemen, we have a situation in our country whereby the trends have not changed. We still have the same political powers. I can show you now a list of candidates, whereby we have only less than 10% of representatives here who are representing the youth. And that's impossible, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, let us speak to the fact that 30-year review released by the president last week, my sister, is actually leading the strive and losing the trust in our actual systems. So how are we then going to make any change at all after the June elections? Ladies and gentlemen, let's not talk about theory. We are talking about things that are happening right now. We know the number of people of the youth has registered to vote. We know the manifestos of political parties. They want to make us believe that the youth are going to vote for people who are going to make change in issues. There is no political party currently that has any tangible solutions of how to create employment for the youth. Ladies and gentlemen, let us not forget that youth have been voting since 1994. There has been no change in employment. In actual fact, we are going deeper and deeper into the hole. Stats SA, just recently, last week as well, from those reports, ladies and gentlemen, you might have a read later. That report is telling us that in quarter one of 2010, the youth unemployment rate was at 32%. And in quarter one, released last week, ladies and gentlemen, we just found out that now you are standing at 45.6%. Almost 50% of the South African youth is unemployed. And this youth has been voting, and nothing has changed. What we want to tell you today is that we have structural issues in South Africa that is causing these unemployment problems. In actual fact, what we need to do, instead of putting all the burden on top of the youth to supposedly change the South African economic or employment landscape, what we need to do is to discuss the proper issues that are the ones that are causing us to be where we are today. Ladies and gentlemen, that we can discuss later with our opponents there, but what we need to do is to find solutions. The solutions that we need right now as South Africa in order to alleviate unemployment problems is to get high quality education sector that is accessible to all, ladies and gentlemen. We need to address poverty, because poverty does what? It limits human development. And then 3, we need to find ways for industries and labor to work better together, because these are the things, these are the core issues that we need to be addressing, and not expect a youth vote, which is not upcoming, ladies and gentlemen, to change our unemployment landscape. I thank you all.
All right.
Elections has the power to help us in changing the system. So, the youth of South Africa requires us to demand political changes, not even political changes, but policies. Not even say policies, but the rates of unemployment. The South Africans has the power, the South African youth has the power to demand change in unemployment. The youth vote can serve as a crucial starting point in empowering young South Africans, that the South African youth has the power to send a clear message to political parties that their concerns regarding unemployment can be taken into full consideration. So ladies and gentlemen, who doesn't want change? So the change starts in voting. So we can have power to bring these matters of unemployment down. So why should we not speak up in practice to shape it? How can we tackle these matters of unemployment if we do not speak up? If our votes, because our votes as the young South Africans can have the power to speak in volumes. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it was a heated session, but I would like to warn the teams that this session reminded me of a nation in a book by Chinua Achebe. It's a prescribed book for level 4s. They are speaking of a nation that was powerful in medicine. And I was forced to go and look for an English name of the plant Umatitibala. Never allow the opposition team to go and place documents that are laced with Matitibala on your desk. Right, we saw a beautiful debate performance. It had great elements. Thank you, both teams. Round of applause for both teams. I think Team E and Team C, please take your seats. Still on that book, they were saying there was a medicine in Team F. We are seeing the effects of matitibala used in the venue. Yeah, in the book they describe a powerful orator. Those who have read the book. Judges, are you ready for this session? Thank you. The judges are reminding me that the teams should introduce themselves. Mainly the first speaker should tell us they are coming from Team A or Team B. Please be reminded. And then
when we vote, we take back our power to choose, to speak up and to stand with those who support us and each other. All protocols observed. Standing before you is Narissa Kenum from Team F. I am not here alone. I am with my lovely teammates, Simlindile, Nogwazi and Mleje. We are the proposing team under the topic that says, this House believes that the youth vote in the upcoming May 29, 2024 election has the potential to elevate South Africa's high employment rate. One may ask, what is voting? Voting is a ballot cast by one person or firm on behalf of another. It's not just a ballot, but a way to raise your voice. A method by which a group such as a meeting of electorate convenes together for the purpose of making a collective decision or expressing an opinion. Usually following discussion, debates, or election campaigns. You want to be heard, but you don't raise your voice. Why? Let's take a look at the youth demography. South Africa has a large youth statistic population with approximately 20 million people aged between 18 and 35. The demography has the potential to significantly influence the outcome of the elections. Unemployment affects youth most. Youth are unequally affected by the unemployment, with over 50% of young people aged between 18 to 35 unemployed. By participating in the election, they can demand change and hold leaders accountable for addressing this critical crisis. Ever since democracy has started in South Africa, which other party besides the one we know has given chance to take the lead? Youth can demonstrate their political will and demands the political parties prioritize job creation and economic growth. This can lead to increased investment in education, skills development, and job creation initiatives. By voting, youth can ensure that their voices are respected in governments. This can lead to more youth-friendly policies and initiatives that addresses their specific needs and concerns. By participating in the democratic process, youth can help build social cohesion and promote a sense of national unity, which is critical for addressing the unemployed crisis. By voting, youth can help youth can help consolidate democracy in South Africa, ensuring that the country remains a stable and functional democracy. Everyone has the right to raise a voice. Amanda.
Thank you, First Speaker. Now, First Speaker from the opposition.
I greet you all, everyone. My name is Gwanele Hlope from Team E. I would like to introduce my teammate, our second speaker, Andy Swapili, our third speaker, Mr. Simpiwe Sithole, and also our researcher, I.M. Ambata. I disagree with the topic. The topic says, this House believes that the youth vote in the upcoming May 29, 2024 elections has the potential to alleviate South Africans' higher unemployment rate. Wow. As South Africans, we all know that we are living in a cruel country, in a world of corruption, with high unemployment rates, higher rates of crime, poor educational system, and poverty. That really affects our country, our economy. As people, we are voting for change, for better life. We believe that unemployment rates will decrease, but it's still increasing. Why? Our government failed to control the country in an orderly manner, failed to deliver goods and services for the country, failed to create job opportunities for the youth of South Africa. Many people are graduated. Many people are graduated, but they don't have jobs, but they are voting. Our leader, they don't prioritize our needs and wants as electorate. To be employed, you need skills and experience. The next thing, the issue of land in our country. Previously, our land was the access to have jobs. But now we are struggling. We receive insufficient products from the government. The chapter 2 of the Constitution talks about Bill of Rights. Those rights are fringed or are violated by our government. Issues of foreigners in our country. They sell illegal products in our country. We work for them. We work for their companies in our country. South Africa will always depend on other countries like China, India, Russia, also Brazil. The key objective, inclusivity and transparency. Inclusivity, everything is included, nothing extra. But the most people are not included in a decision-making process in this country. Transparency, access to information. When they post on social media, they don't come in May 29, 2024 elections, unemployment will remain the same in South Africa. I raise my case.
Thank you. Second speaker from the affirmative, a round of applause.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Simlindi Lahadeb, and I'm the second speaker. Can we make our 2024 be our 19th? Help political leaders to prioritize their concerns by mobilizing their peers and making their voice heard at the ballot box. You should know it serves as a catalyst for broader social economic change. When citizens actively participate in democratic, such as access to quality education, training, and sustainable economic development. Let us look at it this way. If 1,000 people do not vote, decide not to vote because they think it does not matter, this matter can have significant impact on the outcome of elections, not only on the courageous men and women who fought for this freedom and for us to have this right. It goes straight to their faces that they won the battle for us to just, to look at them, they are fools, or they did it for fun, all the pain that they went through. I don't know.
But voting is generally one of the most important ways to actively contribute to the country's future. There are many other reasons why you should vote. It's not only your civic duty, it is your chance having a say and making your voice being heard. Do not leave that to other people simply because you feel like your vote does not matter or believing that is not important. And to those who are asking why we should vote, you are securing your future. Whatever decisions that are made in a government they impact your future. By voting, you are having a say in the policies. By voting, you are having a say that job opportunities, education, and other crucial aspects of life involves you. The youth, mostly because we are talking about them today, they offer perspective, experience on matters affecting the country. May we also not forget that voting was constituted to provide change. Let us make 2024 our 1994. Let us vote for different parties. Let us give them a chance. Because what can cause discouragement is that we all know one party which has not been fulfilling their promises, right? May I move forward? So let us give people with different ideologies. At the end of the day, we want change. We want a better South Africa for all. As I conclude, I plead with you all good people that on the 29th of May we take part in the elections. And I'm very much happy to share with you all that I'll be voting for the first time in my life. I just turned 20. So be the change that you want to see. Go and vote. Go make your voice being heard out loud. Thank you very much.
Thank you, second speaker. We'll have second speaker from the opposition.
Greeting to you all. Standing before you is Andy Swapili from Team E, the opposing side, of course. As I'm here in front of you all, I strongly disagree with the topic. Why? According to the quarterly labor force survey, it is not always easy to translate interest into tangible policy changes. Even if youth voters elect a leader who promises to tackle unemployment, there is no guarantee that those promises will be kept or that the proposed solutions will be effective. Just because a leader promises to do something, that doesn't mean they will do it. We all know that. We can debate all we want, but at the end of the day, we know that that is not true. Going forward, reducing unemployment is not as simple as voting for a new leader. It really needs a lot of work, namely job creation programs, skill development, economic development. In addition, the president is elected by the electorate, the very same electorate that are unemployed. It's always about being given RDP houses, the very same RDP houses that are full of unemployed people. Yes, I know the truth hurts. Moving forward, South Africans have been voting for over 25 years, but there is still no change. There are people who graduated 10 years ago, but they are still unemployed. Is that fair? Well, of course not. Imagine waking up every day, going to school, graduate, like studying for over 15 years, just to wake up every day and see people going to work. People who didn't even graduate. How is that even possible? As I conclude, I strongly disagree with the topic. And once again, the upcoming elections won't make any difference or any changes. And that's final. I thank you.
Thank you. Now we've come to the question and answer session. I think all teams are clear. 2 questions per team. Affirmative, do you have any?
Greetings. I hear you've been adamant in saying voting won't make a change. So I ask you, what contingency plans do you have in place if voting won't make a change? And what effect will that have in reduction in unemployment? And how will these adjustments be made to address the ongoing challenges in this country? Must this country go through a loss of freedom of speech? Are you worried that voting will lead to political polarization or gridlock? And if
All right, 2 questions, only 2 questions, okay? Opposition, do you have any questions?
Hello, I stand here and from Team E. My name is Ayama Mbata, as I was introduced previously. I want to ask the opposing team, what policy ensures that politicians to come to people and to hear out what we want? How can we prove that politicians will hear out what we want to say? And how many compared to South African youth are permanently employed?
Thank you. Responses? Teams? 1 minute per response, eh?
youth employment programs, voting led to the implementation of a program like Youth Employment Initiative in South Africa in 2019. I cannot answer that statistic as to you've said in the second question, as I think it is off topic. Thank you.
A response from the opposition? Yes. A response?
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. Before you is Mr. Simpi Wasitole from Team E. Shortly, I'll be covering both your response plus what I have to say, because what I was going to say covers every questions that you may have. If we may be realistic and look at the economy of South Africa, especially currently, the stats are saying the economic performance of 2023 had decreased by 6%. 2024 by 5.1%. 2025 it is seemed to be possible that it will decrease again to by 4.6%. For 2026 it will decrease by 4.5%. Those are the stats by South African Revenue Services.
That minute covers the response. And then we'll call the third speaker from the opposition to conclude the argument.
Thank you very much. To conclude, when we're talking about the economic performance of the country, we are referring to the production of goods and services. If the country is failing to produce goods and services, that clearly states that there are many employments that are being terminated as a result of goods and services being unproduced. So, which clearly states that the employment rate is rapidly decreasing as before. So, when we're looking, if we can be realistic, we can never be saying that's amandla awethu in South Africa, because even the politicians, the only people who make up decisions are the politicians who are almost over age. They are no longer youths. How can you be saying amandla awethu, yet we are staying from wherever we're staying, the local communities, not doing anything in to affect, to give any positive effect to the employment of South Africa? How so? How come? What power do you think you have? No, you don't have any power. Come on, please. So, by the measures of the economy of South Africa, clearly, I'm not going to lie to you, we cannot be saying voting can alleviate unemployment. We will vote. We have been voting for over 30 years. We'll still continue to vote, but not meaning we want to alleviate unemployment rate, because the production of goods and services is rapidly and mostly rapidly decreasing, which is not promising to bring any change in our economy. To mention something that may bring a solution to the economy of South Africa, we may look at the industrialization and improving of educational systems. Those are the things that I believe that are they are the factors of unemployment, of which they can be improved. South Africans may get employed, and surely most of South Africans, especially youth, will be employed, will be working. So really, we cannot be saying amandla awethu no ways in South Africa. We are not employed, we are not having any say to anyone, so we have no authority, we have got no power until we have ended the what we call this, the capitalism in South Africa, because we are living in the country which is mostly ruled and run by the mixed economy, which supports both capitalism and communism. But if we can find a way of balancing this both, surely South Africa may be sustained, because the mixed economy is supposed to be balancing the two, but seems to be not doing as supposed. We are not balancing the communism and the capitalism, because our politicians, I will firmly state this, that they are the capitalists. They only think of what is going to benefit them. They only think of what is good for their wealth, their pocket, and their loved ones. They really do not care about the social, the economy of South Africa, and the community of South Africa, not to say anything when it comes to the youth. We've got nothing on their plans. We really cannot say we have any hopes when it comes to the voting to bring any change in our country. So that's all I wish to state before the audience. But really, we don't have authority, so we can vote or we cannot vote. The economy is rapidly going down, so meaning employment is being terminated. So that's our major problem, as we are led by the capitalists.
The potential to elevate the South Africans' unemployment rate. Okay, so let me start by saying, let's build prosperity for all. By voting, the youth can demonstrate their political will and economic growth. This can lead to the increased investment in education, skills, and job creation initiatives. We as the youth bring fresh mind, innovative thinking, which can help address the unemployment crisis. By participating in political processes, we can advocate for which policies that can support or favor entrepreneurship, job creation, and small businesses development. This can lead to more youth-friendly initiatives that we as the youth can address our specific needs and concerns. Mohammed Hussain said, and I quote, "The easiest way to change the democratic system, it is to win an election," unquote. The largest and the most influential people or the most influential cohorts in South Africa are the youth. Yet you say you're not willing to vote. What are you willing to do? You are willing to dance TikTok challenges, closing the shacks. That is not even productive. You need to understand the importance or the significance of voting. One of the speakers said, that change will not happen today or tomorrow. Rome was not built in one day, so it is going to be a long process. We've been ruled by the same ruling party over the 3 decades. Why don't we just test the waters and see what the other political parties have for us? Speaker number 2 said that why do we wake up every single day and go to school? And I sat there and asked myself, what is she even doing here if she doesn't believe that there will be change? If she doesn't believe that in the future she will be employed? Innovative thinking. If the ruling party was to be unset or it has to be, take that tired. Yeah, they are tired. So we need fresh minds just like yours. You guys need to stop thinking for yourselves. Think for the future. Think of what the future holds for us because we are the future of this nation. Delete your Instagrams, TikToks, and focus on voting. Last week I came across a post on Facebook that says, why don't we unite and go to the voting stations on those EIC boxes and put our CVs? And I was like, lol, such a post. We cannot say that voting will make you unemployed, but we can say if you vote for a different political party, then there will be change. As I conclude, I will encourage every single person in this house to vote. Vote for any party that you believe it's going to bring change. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I would like to congratulate all the English and communication lecturers from Elangeni. They are seeing their efforts live. We can see all the elements of communication, their persuasiveness in speakers, tempo, how people project their voices, everything that they teach in lecture rooms, we are live looking at our work. A round of applause for all communication and English lecturers. Thank you, both teams. Thank you, both teams. A round of applause for a great performance. For this round, let us welcome last. I see them, they are smearing themselves with medicines. They have consulted their oracles, their academoi. In the book, things fall apart. They are saying in one village, there was a very powerful medicine man. Judges, this is the last session of the first round. Judges are ready. Thank you. With that, teams were born ready. First speaker from the affirmative, please take the stand.
Open quote, hardships often prepare
the most ordinary people for an extraordinary destiny. Close quote. Good day to my esteemed adjudicators, audience, contenders, and the House at large. My timekeeper. Finally, hello to my team. I am the first speaker from Team G, the team that is here to affirm the notion that states the youth's vote in the upcoming elections on May 29, 2024 has the potential to alleviate South Africa's high unemployment rate. With me, my team members are, I have my second speaker, who is Anele Mbata. I have Minetle Mnyango as my third speaker, and my researcher, Samngelo Biela. We on the affirmative side believe that the youth of South Africa holds the power to bring about change and lower the high unemployment rate through their participation in the process of the electoral process. So South African National Youth Commissions of South Africa 1996 defines youth as those from the ages of 15 to 34 years. Like many other developing countries, South Africa's population is unemployment is a situation where a person seeks actively searching for employment but is unable to find work. Election is the selection by vote of person or persons from among candidates for a position, especially political office. Potential is having or showing the capacity to develop into something in the future. Potential being the operative word in our topic. Alleviate is to make suffering or problem less severe. Now, to illustrate the potential of the youth action, let us revisit the Soweto Historical Uprising, also known as the June 16 movement in 1976. SouthAfricanHistory.org reported 3,000 to 20,000 students mobilized the previous transition of governance led by the youth of 1976. And with 176 being the amount of young pupils that were protesting that were killed that day. And 1,000 more were injured. Now this event marked a turning point in South African history. This movement demonstrated the immense power of youth when united in their efforts to bring about change. Who's it to say that voting of South African youth at this election won't open windows for According to the Ichiko Wits Family Foundation, 49% 18 to 24-year-olds say they are likely to vote in this election. Now, South Africans' vote to Parliament elections on May 29 is what is set to be the tightest votes since democratic rule was introduced at the end of apartheid. Frustrations with the ruling party's service delivery while accusing them of corruption and mismanagement has widespread in the youth. With high unemployment ranking as the top cause of issues that the youth is currently facing. The IEC said on sanews.gov.za that over 27.79 million voters are eligible to vote in the national and provincial elections, and 27.69% registered to vote in the 2024 elections. That's nearly a 1 million persons jump since 2019. The highest since the dawn of democracy in South Africa. Young voters of ages 18 to 39 count for 11.7 million of voters on the poll. With that, we say that the South African youth continue to be a driving force for change. In conclusion, we firmly believe that the youth's vote in the 2024 elections holds immense potential to alleviate South Africa's high unemployment.
Empowering the youth with skills today, and they will build a better world tomorrow. With the youth making up most of South Africa's population, we are often seen as the beacon of hope and regarded as future leaders, inspired and motivated to build a sustainable, prosperous, and inclusive future. This is a bit difficult with the unemployment rate increasing rapidly each year and the government not finding solutions to fix this issue. Good day, ladies and gentlemen, honorable judges and fellow debaters. My name is Nonjabulo Hadebe, and I'm the first speaker from Team H on the negative side. With my team members, Ms. Nogwanda Ngubane, Fanele Sibonge Mnguni, and our researcher, Akona Kulu. Today we're discussing a topic that states, this House believes that the youth vote in the upcoming May 29, 2024 elections has a potential to alleviate South Africa's high unemployment rates. And with this, we disagree. So going back to the affirmative side, the first speaker, you opened a quote about referring to hardships, but the question is, how long as the youth are we supposed to suffer? We are in the 21st century, and you referred to the youth of 1976 and the apartheid era, and the struggles are different. They cannot be compared. It is evident that the youth of 1976 fought so hard for us and even died for us, but after so many years, there still hasn't been change. Let us firstly focus on the few factors that contribute to unemployment in South Africa. Firstly, labor demand. The growth in the number of labor searches throughout the time has had an impact on labor supply. Furthermore, the population is a young population with more people reaching working age than there are jobs available in the labor market. Slow economic growth. Over the years, the economy has grown slowly with relatively moderate employment growth. Job creation has been hampered by slow pace of economic expansion. And lastly, I'd like to touch on general lack of interest and knowledge for entrepreneurship. With private economy becoming an integral part of most global economies, South Africa has recorded little growth as few people venture into entrepreneurship. To address youth unemployment, we need to shift the youth's effort from seeking job creation to creating marketable opportunities for themselves, which will also create job opportunities for others. This is something that the South African government has been failing to do. Looking at the stats, in the past decade, unemployment has been rapidly increasing from 2004 being on 36.35% to 2013 on 42.81% and closing off with 50.47% in 2023 last year. All of this and factors contributing to unemployment should be issues that face how they will save the youth of South Africa when it comes to unemployment. There is a lot of promises and no proper breakdown on how this will be done, and there is no focus on unemployment and how that can be fixed. In conclusion, I believe that there is still a long way to go to fix this issue, and the rate of unemployment cannot be alleviated by the youth participating in the upcoming elections. Voting can be the first step for change. However, a jobless graduate or part of the unemployment youth of South Africa, as a jobless graduate or part of the unemployed youth of South Africa, guarantee you employment. Thank you.
All right, thank you, first speaker. Now we'll hear.
Open quote. If we don't vote, we are ignoring history and giving away the future. I would like to question Speaker 1 on what is it can be done if we don't vote. I stand before you today to support the motion that the youth vote in the upcoming May 29th, 2024 election has the potential to elevate South Africa's high unemployment rate. The year with the highest voter turnout in South Africa's democratic history was the first non-racial general election held in 1994. The election marked the end of apartheid and the beginning of a new era of the country. Total registered voters, 22,709,990, and the total voters cast was 19,600,000.
726,610, and the voter turnout stands at a staggering 63.9% in South Africa, source Stats SA Q4 2022. By voting for leaders who prioritize job creation, youth people can contribute to reducing the alarming figure. Only 19.9% of South African aged 25 to 34 have completed a tertiary education, UNESCO 2021. The highlights that the need for skills development initiates that can be promoted through the youth vote. South Africa's economy contracted by 7%, world who prioritize job creation and economic growth. I thank you.
Thank you, second speaker. Now we'll hear second speaker from the opposition.
Quote, open quote, the greatest weapon against democracy is an uneducated voter. Close quote, unknown. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, honorable judges, worthy opponents, and fellow debaters. As the second speaker for you today, opposing the topic that says that believe for elections has the potential to alleviate South Africa's unemployment rate. So let's get started. So I heard you mentioning the previous, excuse me. Okay. Thank you. Sorry about that. Excuse me. Okay, so I heard you mentioning the stats from 1996 going to 2021. But you forgot to mention the political landscape. I'm going to start with that. And as my first speaker has mentioned, that this is the 21st century. So that's where I'm going to start. The political landscape. It is marred by lack of accountability, transparency, which is perpetuating a cycle of broken promises and unfulfilled commitments. The dominant parties have failed to address unemployment effectively. Yes, we may say they are doing a very good job, but I strongly disagree. The youth vote alone cannot change this narrative. My teammate has touched on this point, highlighting the need for fundamental reform to create a more conducive environment for meaningful change. For instance, a survey that was found in South Africa states that 70% of young South Africans lack trust in politicians, in political parties, and 60% of the youth believe that politicians are out of touch with their needs. Furthermore, it's only 13% of the members of the youth that were in parliament that were under the age of 40. So this itself shows that the lack of representation in politics shows that the representation in political decision making. Secondly, the electoral system. I heard you mentioning it, first speaker. The electoral system that you're actually talking about prioritizes established party loyalists over fresh voices and fresh ideas, limiting the impact of the youth vote and shaping policy and leadership. We need electoral reform to increase representation for smaller parties and independent candidates. In fact, a study by the Electoral Reform Institute found that countries with proportional representation system have higher levels of political representation for minority groups and women. Thirdly, voter education. Voter education and critical thinking are essential in informed decision making, but many voters lack access to quality education, fact-based information, and we need a comprehensive education program, critical thinking workshops to address this. So I urge you to consider the impact of disinformation and lack of critical thinking skills in the youth vote. Fourthly, addressing unemployment requires a multifaceted approach that goes beyond voting. It's not voting itself. We need education skills, development programs, economic growth strategies, and support measures that cater to diverse needs of South Africans. And in conclusion, while the youth vote is vital, it is not a silver bullet for South Africa's unemployment crisis. Only by addressing these underlying issues can we unlock full potential of the youth vote. Ladies and gentlemen, as we venture into a rabbit hole, let us embrace the thrill of discovery with a critical eye and a passionate heart. For it is only by navigating its complexities with wisdom and integrity that we can unlock its secrets, harness its power, emerge stronger, wiser, and more compassionate individuals. The future is waiting. Let us dive in. Thank you.
All right, now we have come to the question and answer session. 2 questions per team. Whoever is ready, affirmative with your 2 questions. Are you ready? Your 2 questions. What? Okay.
Greetings to all, ladies and gentlemen. I only have 1 question for the affirmative side. So, how can you guarantee that your proposed solution will address the root causes of unemployment amongst youth, considering the complex interplay of factors involved? Thank you.
Just to answer your question, nothing in life is guaranteed. You wake up in the morning, you don't wake up in the morning, there's no guarantee. You just have hope. But we didn't know that we would get out of apartheid, but we hoped. We didn't know that we would have free education, but we hoped. We didn't know that we would have free houses, RDP houses, but we hoped. So you never really know how it's going to turn out unless...
A response from the opposition.
Greetings again. So I'd like to answer your second question with regards to, firstly, let me just go back to the topic. So you mentioned that we are opposing the motion of voting as the opposition side. So going back to the topic says, this House believes that, this House believes that the youth vote in the upcoming May 29th, 2024 elections has the potential to alleviate South Africa's high unemployment rate. So we are opposing with regards to the fact that the youth's elections this year will alleviate the unemployment rates in South Africa. So basically, going back also to the conclusion that I made, I did mention that voting will create change or might create change. However, it does not guarantee you employment. So let us just stick to the topic next time. Thank you.
Thank you. And now the opposition will come and conclude their debate. Their closing argument for the debate. Opposition.
Esteemed members of the judging panel, respected opponents, and to the honorable audience. I am Fanele Sibonge Mguni, the 3rd speaker of the opposition team. Reinforming my team's arguments on the motion while rebutting the counter-arguments presented by our opponents. My team has provided solid points as my first speaker, Nonjabulo Hadebe, touched on factors contributing to high unemployment rates with slow economic growth, as the government has failed to promote economic growth with massive rabbit holes that the government has dug for citizens to be misled, like inadequate infrastructure, skills, education, and so much more. As this now it's uprooting from somewhere. That is a question for me. And the second speaker mentioned about the job creation, which she basically agrees with what we are saying, that we need job creations for entrepreneurship, for the youth to move forward. If the youth is not well informed about the policy, this will lead to uninformed voting decisions, which will be advantageous for the dominant parties, since they have stained history of broken promises and unfulfilled commitments when it comes to addressing unemployment rates of our country. According to Statistics South Africa, the unemployment rate in South Africa was 21.1% in the fourth quarter of 2019, just before the elections. After the elections in the first quarter of 2020, the unemployment rate increased to 30.1% because of the global COVID pandemic, having impacted the unemployment rates in South Africa. Although in the years following, the 2019 elections in South Africa has seen that the high employment rate hasn't changed at all, with the most recent data that indicates that the unemployment rate has actually risen instead of decreasing to 32.9%. I repeat, 32.9%. So to conclude my team's arguments as we oppose the motion, we can say that the issue isn't the people's ability to vote. South Africa's high unemployment rate is directly linked to the service provision. So the question remains whether the elected officials will be able to provide adequate services and foster an environment that generates job opportunities for those in need. As daughters born on African soil, we refuse to allow our youth and future generations to be played mind games with by politicians. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we'll hear closing arguments from the affirmative side.
Black youth fought many hard battles to achieve a future that was not easily won. There were times when their voices were loud and others when their voices were silenced. Close quote. Warm greetings to esteemed educators, audience, and the House at large, with all protocols observed. Well, speaker number one. How are those factors that affect our economy to be changed if we don't vote for new governments? And then we go to speaker number two. You speak of a nota education, but who are they to educate if your mindset is on not voting? And then potential has always been there. It is a matter of participation. When South Africa's freedom was won in 1994, there was no doubt that the youth had played a crucial role. According to the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, every citizen of the Republic of South Africa, every citizen aged 18 above has the right to vote, emphasizing the importance of youth perception in the democratic process. As the future leaders and welfare of the nation, young voters play a critical and important role in the shaping South Africa's policy and priorities. South African unemployment is a significant concern, especially among the youth of South Africa, with a staggering 63.3% of those prioritize job creation, skills development, and economic growth. Young South African influence the policy agenda and steer the country towards more prosperous and inclusive future. We do not say that change is promised now, but the 2024 elections, together with the youth, has the potential to make a change. Compelling statistics and a strong argument emphasizing the crucial role that can prioritizing job creation and economic growth by actively participating in the upcoming May 29 election. Youth unemployment stands a staggering 63.9% in South Africa, source Stat SA Q4 2022. By voting for leaders who prioritize job creation, youth people can contribute to reducing this alarming figure. Only 19.9% of South Africans aged 25 to 34 have completed a tertiary education, source UNISECO 2021. This highlights the need of skills development initiative that can be promoted through the youth vote. South Africa's economy contracted by 7% in 2020, source World Bank 2021. Young voters can influence the policy agenda to focus on economic growth and recovery by supporting candidates who understand the agents of those issues. As architects of South Africa's future, young people have the power to steer the country towards a more prosperous and inclusive future by exercising their right to vote. With that being said, my team and I strongly believe that the youth's vote on the 29 May 2024 has the potential to elevate the high unemployment rate. Statistics never lie. I thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We have come to the end of the first session. They are saying words are weighed. They are weighed, they are not counted. So our judges are going to carefully weigh the words that were debated. We will kindly ask the judges, before they conclude their judgment, to go and get energy so that while they are weighing the words and giving us the results, so judges will go to the serving table while we welcome Mrs. Duki to come with the words of encouragement. So judges will be on the serving table or so that when judges are weighing words, they have power.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. To our very eloquent competitors, our members of campus teams, our educators, the organization team, and our members of management. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to say a few words of encouragement. I want to start by saying that the skill to argue is something we all possess, and it's something we do very often. It's common to argue. But debating is a skill to argue, armed. Well done to the educators whose dedication and commitment groomed these amazing participants. And well done to you, the amazing teams who held the most amazing competition. Good luck to the winning team. In my eyes and my colleagues, you are all winners.
Mrs. Duki, we'll ask you not to sit down. Please take Mr. Sbia and your team to the serving table That will be the order. I think the combat.
Sanbonani? Ninjani? Siyaphila. But then you don't link the facts that you got from the sources or whatever source that you use, but you don't link them to the actual topic that we are discussing today. So that was the biggest issue with the teams that are not going through. They also failed to rebut or to cause doubt to the points or arguments that were put forward by their opponents. So all in all, it was a good effort and we really appreciate your participation. So now the 4 teams that are going through, we have a top 4. The 4th place goes to team G with 12 points. And the 3rd is to team H with 13 points. The 2nd place goes to team D with 14 points. And the 1st place goes to team C with 17 points. Okay, the winning teams, make sure that you rebut. Make sure that you rebut the arguments of your opponents. That's the purpose of debate. We want to see if you are listening to your opponent and you are able to crush them. Please make sure that you focus on that. And please link your arguments, your points to your topic. Thank you very much. I hope this round is going to be better than the first one. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention? Now, let me announce thank you, Judge. And then the next session will be versus Team G versus Team H. Team H will be affirming the topic, and Team C will be opposing the topic. We capture that round of the elimination round to the final. Team D is affirming topic 2. Team G, the winning team for the elimination round, will compete on the next round. So there is an assumption that teams have prepared for topic 2. Topic 2, we all have topic 2. Or should I remind people? Topic 2, this House contends that democracy remains the optimal form of government, commemorating its legacy on the 80th anniversary of our government. So that is topic 2. Timekeeper, help us 5 minutes. Time 5 minutes. So till 5 minutes is now. We have two performance, more speech. Anyone with an impromptu performance? All right. Because there is no talent in the house, I have decided, or there is. Do we have one performance? Or so it means there is no talent. Yeah. So, let me recite a poem. I think it will take two minutes. Please listen. Right, I'm going to recite a poem by Mutabaruga. He's a Jamaican. You'll understand the accent. This poem shall speak of the wretched sea that brought ships to these shores, of mothers crying for their young swallowed up by the sea. These poems shall say nothing. These poems shall speak of time, time unlimited, time undefined. These poems shall call names like Lumumba, Kenyatta, Nkrumah, Hannibal, Anketon, Malcolm, Garvey, Haile Selassie. This poem is versed about apartheid, racism, fascism, the Ku Klux Klan riots in Princeton, Atlanta, Jim Jones. This poem is revolting against First World, Second World, Third World division, man-made decision. This poem is like all the rest. This poem will not be about great literary works. This poem will not be recited by poetry enthusiasts, not be quoted by politician nor man of religion. This poem is knife, bombs, guns, blood, fire, blazing for freedom. Yes, this poem is a drum. Ashantu Mau Mau, Igbo Yoruba, Nyangibi Wara. Only time will tell. This poem is not written. This poem has no poet. This poem is just of the story. His story, her story, our story. The story still untold. This poem is now ringing, talking, irritating, making you want to stop it. But this poem will not stop. This poem is long, cannot be short. This poem cannot be tamed, cannot be blamed. The story is still not told about this poem. This poem is old. This poem was copied from the Bible, your prayer book, Playboy magazine, the New York Times, Reader's Digest, the CIA files, the KGB files. This poem is no secret. This poem shall be called stupid, senseless. This poem is watching you, trying to make sense from this poem. This poem is messing up your brains, making you want to stop to listen to this poem. But you shall not stop listening to this poem. You need to know what will be said next in this poem. This poem shall disappoint you because this poem is continuing in your mind, in your mind, in your mind. With that, 5 minutes has elapsed. We are going to the poetry competition. And there is a thank you to our technical team. I think now everyone is composed. The judges are ready. And the debaters are ready with the new motion. Speaker number 1 from the affirmative, please come to the stage.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, fellow debaters and members of the audience. My name is Lwandile Sikosana, and I am representing the proposition for today's debate. And with me, once again, I have my team members, Umandisa Mwelase, Sitembile Mtembu, and also Lerato Ngob. And we are Team D. The resolution before us states that the House contends that democracy remains the optimal form of governance, commemorating its legacy on the 30th anniversary of the government in South Africa. I define democracy as a system of government wherein power is invested in the people who exercise their authority through fair electoral process. As the proposition, I agree that democracy is indeed the optimal form of governance in South Africa. And I will present 3 main arguments to support our stance. Firstly, I will highlight how democracy promoted equal representation and protected rights of all citizens regardless of their race, gender, or creed. Democracy ensures that all voices are heard and represented in the decision-making process. By allowing citizens to vote and participate in governance, it promotes inclusivity and everyone a stake in the system. It promotes stability and prosperity. Research shows that democratic countries tend to experience a greater stability and economic growth than non-democratic countries. Since the advent of democracy in South Africa, the economy has experienced growth and development. This progress can be attributed to the democratic principles of transparency, accountability, and predictability, which foster a stable environment for the business and its investors. Protecting individual rights and liberties. Our democratic constitution is considered one of the most progressive globally. It enshrines individual rights and liberties, fostering a society where citizens can express their opinions freely and engage in peaceful protests and enjoy protections against discrimination and abuse of power. Lastly, ensuring transparency and accountability. Democracy provides mechanisms for the public to hold elected officials accountable through regular elections, oversight committees, and an independent judiciary. This ensures that the power remains in the hands of the people and corruption is kept in check. In conclusion, democracy has proven to be the optimal form of government, as it has helped overcome the legacy of apartheid, promoted political pluralism, contributed to economic development, protected individual rights and liberties, and ensured transparency and accountability. As we commemorate this
warm greetings to one and all. My name is Lwazi Kumalo, and I am the first speaker of the team. We are here to oppose the notion that states democracy remains the optimal form of governance, commemorating its legacy on the 30th anniversary of our government. Firstly, please allow me to introduce my teammates. My second speaker is Anele Mbata. My third speaker is Minetle Mnyango. And lastly, Samgelo Biela is my researcher. Democracy to us is a system of government by the whole population or all that are eligible members of a state, typically through elections. An anniversary is the date at which an event took place. Optimal, the best or most favorable. But is it really? Governance is a group of people with authority to govern a state or a delivery, corruption, slow economic growth, and it continues to hinder progress. Secondly, we have a currency strength. The value of the South African rand has weakened considerably compared to the US dollar and the British pound. This raises concerns about the long-term stability of our economy and the efficiency of our financial policies. It enshrines our values, but we must acknowledge that its implementations have been marred by a lack of accountability within our government, as well as the level of crime, corruption, and what has the Constitution achieved? Has it not belittled us in the process? Again, I question. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, as we reflect on the 30th anniversary of our democratic government in 2024, South Africa still has a long way to go. In addressing the challenges that impede our progress, it is crucial to explore potential improvements and ensure that our nation can thrive and prosper.
Thank you, First Speaker. Now,
For the first time, voted for the government based on the will of the people, ending the brutal apartheid regime and its oppressive laws. This ushered in the new era where the law would protect all citizens equally, heal the divisions of the past, and unleash and develop everyone's potential. The government crafted a constitution to protect our inspirations of building a South Africa based on democratic values, social justice, and fundamental human rights. Today, we pay tribute to the heroes of the struggle for democracy who fought and gave their lives for this hard-won freedom. As we prepare for elections on the 29th of May, we also honor the unsung heroes who made our first democratic general elections possible. 30 years ago, on the 9th of May, Nelson Mandela was anonymously elected president in the National Assembly. Days later, on the 24th of May, he delivered the first state of the national address in the democratically elected parliament. President Mandela hailed the Constitution and the law as vanguards in the fight for change. He said that it is through legislative instruments that we can create a better life for all, and through parliament that there must be an oversight.
Greetings again. I stand before you to challenge the motion that democracy remains the optimal form of government, commemorating its legacy on the 30th anniversary of our government. Firstly, let's consider the issue of decision-making. Democracy often leads to slow and inefficient decision-making processes due to lengthy debates and procedures. This inefficiency can hinder process and slow down the implementation of vital policies. And secondly, democracy can result to short-term terminism. Elected officials may prioritize short-term gains to secure their re-election rather than focusing on long-term sustainable development. This tendency can lead to poorly planned policies that ultimately harm society. Moreover, democracy often results in rule by majority, which can lead to the marginalization of minorities. Minority groups may find themselves continuously devoted, leading to unequal presentation and lack of protection for their rights and interests. Additionally, the divisive polarization. Election can exacerbate existing societal divisions and fuel between different factions, undermining social cohesion.
Furthermore, democracy is not immune to corruption. Despite the emphasis of transparency and accountability, corruption can still infiltrate democratic institutions, undermining their legitimacy and effectiveness. In light of these shortcomings, it is crucial to consider alternative forms of government or improvements to our current democratic systems. Or possible alternate is a system that combines elements, direct democracy, which representative democracy, allowing citizens to have more direct say in decision-making processes. In conclusion, democracy has its flaws, and it is essential to critically examine its shortcomings as we commemorate its legacy. Let us not be content with the status quo, but continually strive for improvements and explore alternative forms of governments that better serve for our society and address the challenge of the 21st century. I thank you.
Right, with time limitation, we'll allow only one question per team. One question per team. Only one. One question, 1 minute.
Greetings again. I am here to ask the opposing team this question. If you guys think that the government hasn't done anything, then who builds the universities and us to be the chance to have TVET colleges and for us to get NSFAS money and for students that have accommodation? Who you all think actually brought that up? Because now we are living in a democracy where now they don't see color, but they see potential. So by y'all saying that you're disagreeing that the government hasn't done anything, then who built all of this to give us a chance to study today?
Questions from the opposition? Question from the opposition?
My contenders, stand in front of you just to firmly affirm that Team G is not against government. It's not against democracy. It's not against voting. It's not against the ruling party or the elections. What we are against is that you suggest that democracy is the optimal. It cannot be the best. Optimal defined means it's the best. We can't find other ways. We were cornered at the time of apartheid. We were forced to go into democracy. But now that we are free, we can explore other ways. Thank you.
All right. A response from the affirmative.
To answer your question, Team G, I believe that since we believe that democracy can change.
Warm greetings to esteemed educators, audience, and the House at large with all protocols observed. We stand before you today to oppose the motion that democracy remains optimal form of government, particularly in commemorating its 30th anniversary. While democracy has its merits, it is essential to acknowledge that no single form of context. It is crucial to consider alternative and populist decision-making as politicians prioritize immediate electoral gains over long-term policy goals. Additionally, it can create division within society as different groups compete for power and resources. Secondly, inefficiency and gridlock. Democratic processes can be slow and prone to politically deadlock, hampering effective decision-making and policy implementation. For example, partisan division in the United States have led to government shutdowns and legislative polarizes. Thirdly, non-democratic success stories. Some countries with non-democratic systems have achieved significant economic growth and developed. For instance, China's authoritarian system has enabled rapid economic progress, lifting millions out of poverty. Fourthly, hybrid models. Models of government that incorporate elements of democracy while addressing its limitation. For example, deliberately democracy and participatory governments model seeks to foster more inclusive decision-making processes. Fifth one, constitution framework. The South African Constitution does not prescribe a specific form of government, but establish the core values and principles that should underpin any system. In seeking the most optimal form of government, it is essential to consider these principles, such as accountability, transparency, and the rule of law. In conclusion, while democracy has its strengths and it's crucial to recognize its limitation and consider alternative forms of government that may address contemporary challenges, this debate is not about discrediting democracy, but rather than fostering a more nuanced understanding of government models and their potential to serve the needs of society. Thank you.
Thank you. Last speaker from the opposition, concluding argument from the proposition.
Greeting, ladies and gentlemen. I'm speaker number 3 from the proposing side. Despite the positional shortcomings of the democracy, it is in the strength that its adaptability to various democracies have emerged. Democracy's lasting legacy lies in its commitment to fundamental rights and freedoms of all civilians, that the peaceful resolution of our conflicts and progress towards a common good. So democracy in incorporating the democratic system, our governments over any other regions include redirecting a likelihood of corruption. So Galveston states that democracy finds to hinder corruption and help growth in promoting education in public interest. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, our democracy benefits us in respect of human dignity and equality before the law, because our democracies thus remain as the optimal form of governance in commemorating its legacy on the 30th anniversary of our government. Thank you.
Thank you, teams. You may be seated. Judges are ready for the next round. Can we have the next teams to take their respective teams? Teams. Okay, now the judges are composed. Then we'll have the first speaker from the affirmative. Please take the stage. First speaker from the affirmative.
Nokwanda Ngubane, And third speaker is Fanele Sibonge, and lastly is our researcher Nonjabulo Hate. The topic is, this House contains that democracy remains the optimal form of governance, commemorating its legacy on the 30th anniversary of our government. Today we gather here to celebrate a milestone. As with legacy, we must affirm that democracy remains the optimal form of governance. There is a quote that says, open quote, democracy, government of the people, by the people, for the people, close quote, by Winston Churchill. Democracy has given us the freedom to speak our minds, to assemble and to hold our leaders accountable. It has allowed us to build a society that values human rights, the rule of law, and the principles of equality and justice. Democracy is the best system we have to ensure that power is distributed, that diverse voices are heard, and that the rights of all citizens are protected. Over the past 30 years, our democracy has faced challenges, and it has also shown remarkable resilience and adaptability. We have made significant progress in addressing the injustices of the past, promoting economic growth, and building a more inclusive society. Democracy goes hand in hand with globalization. For example, we can venture into business with other countries and build a relationship that can promote us as a country. For example, South Africa's relationship and China and the BRICS summit. So let us celebrate this legacy, but also let us reaffirm our commitment to democracy. Let us continue to strengthen our institutions to provide active citizenship and to ensure that our democracy remains vibrant, inclusive, responsive, and to the needs of our people. There are several benefits to democracy as a form of governance. Firstly, it's political freedom. Democracy allows citizens to freely express their opinions and participate in the political processes without fear of persecution. Secondly is equality. In a democratic society, all citizens are equal before the law, regardless of their social status, gender, race, or religion. Transparency and accountability. Democratic promotes transparency in the government's decision-making and holds elected officials accountable for their actions. To conclude, as we commemorate the 30th anniversary of our government, despite the imperfections, democracy has proven to be the most resilient and adaptable form of governance. It has allowed for the peaceful transfer of power, the protection of individual rights, and the promotion of economic growth. Over the past 3 decades, our democracy has weathered challenges and emerged stronger, the rule of law. Thank you.
Thank you, first speaker. Now we'll hear second speaker from the opposition. Is it first speaker? First speaker from the opposition.
Correct, sir. And I am with my 3 teammates. They will introduce themselves when they get here. The second motion for today, say decision or condition. In other words, optimal means achieving the highest level of achievement, success, or well-being. In general, optimal equals the pinnacle of achievement, and the outcome is the most desirable. And as we're celebrating our 30th anniversary, are we having the most desirable country right now? Commemorating. Commemorating refers to the act of honoring or celebrating, but what exactly are we celebrating when we as a country, 30 years later, ESCOM is still the biggest challenge that we are facing in our country. I'm just going to name a few things that we have as challenges or that we are going through that, as a country, which are corruption, economic inequality, political divisions and factionalism, service delivery and basic needs, crime and safety concerns, education and health care challenges, unemployment and youth unemployment, land reform and restitution, political intolerance and violence, and institutional weaknesses. We are strongly against the motion that democracy is the most desirable. My teammates will further elaborate on this issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, first speaker. Now we'll hear from the second speaker of the proposition, the affirmative team, the proposition.
I'd like to say a quote, open quotes. Democracy is not just a form of government, it's a human aspiration, close quotes by Pele. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable judges, worthy opponents and fellow debaters, as the second speaker of the affirmative side, I stand before you today to reaffirm the importance of democracy as the optimal form of government. As the great Pele once said, the quote previously, this quote resonates deeply as it highlights the universal desire for freedom, equality, participation that democracy embodies. Democracy is not just a system of governance, but a fundamental right that allows us to shape our own destiny and create a better world. My fellow debaters have already eloquently highlighted the numerous achievements of our democracy, from protecting individual rights, and freedoms to fostering economic growth development. I realize that our democracy has also adapted to changing social needs, enhanced international cooperation, peace, and encouraged a culture to compromise and consensus building. Moreover, our democracy has protected minority rights and supported the rule of law, as my previous speaker has mentioned. And independent institutions, we have made significant progress in addressing these injustices of the past and promoting equality, justice for all. For example, the Constitution Court has consistently upheld the rights of the LGBTQ+ individuals as seen in the landmark of contrast, while non-democratic countries like Russia and Nigeria have restricted rights on this. Secondly, democracy has fostered economic growth and development, and how since 1994, and how have they done that? They've invested in human capital, this resulting in more healthy workforce that attracts foreign investors and growth. In comparison to other countries as well, our democracy stands out as a beacon of hope and freedom. We have much to be proud of and to continue working towards. In conclusion, let us reaffirm our commitment to democracy, continue to build a society that values human rights, the rule of law, and principles equality of justice. Let us celebrate our achievements and continue to strive for a better future for all. Thank you.
Right, we'll have the second speaker from the opposition. People are stingy with the applaud now, eh?
Greetings, all protocol observed and the House at large once again. I am Speaker 2 from Team C on the opposing side, and we are opposing the motion at table. With this topic, our opposition wants us to believe that democracy is the optimum form of democracy. Here I have a few points or counteracts to strengthen my stance in this debate. People's dissatisfaction with the democratic processes and elected individuals has caused a stir in the country. Democratic processes, according to the 30-year review, we see that voter turnout has been declining, showing disillusionment and disengagement and undermining the legitimacy of democracy in the country. Still, on that 30-year review, issues like stagnant economic growth and rampant public sectors inequality, a wounded nation from gross human and civil rights violation, has been seen as factors hindering a democracy, just to name a few. Politicians put politics ahead of everything, ignoring technocratic service delivery in many parts have led to protests. We as South Africans believe that only if we cause a stir, then we will be heard. It causes unrest and public discontent with the government's ability to meet the needs of the populace. My opposition mentioned that South Africa should promote equality. And South Africa is known as one of the most unequal countries according to the World Bank. We are unequal with income, we have wealth inequality, racial inequality, and gender inequality, just to name a few. So I stand here and say that democracy cannot be the main or the optimum form of democracy. My opposition also said that let us stand or let us refrain to our commitment to democracy. But how can we do that when democracy has failed us so much? Thank you.
Thank you. Now, it's question and answer sessions. Affirmative. One question.
Greetings to you all. So my question is to the opposing side. As you do not believe that democracy is the optimal form of governance, what measures would you take to address corruption and ensure accountability, if not through democratic institutions and independent bodies?
Opposition with your question.
Speaking is Nhlanhla Koyama from the opposing team C. My question is to the affirmative team. Can you explain how South Africa is emerging stronger since 1994 economically? When the 30-year review of South Africa's democracy is showing otherwise, that the democracy is going downward? Thank you.
All right, response from the opposition.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, my name is Mlungisi Ngobese, and my job here today is to give a response to the question that was given us by the opposition. Ladies and gentlemen, the question that we are asked here today is what are the measures that we will put in place to counter corruption if it's not democracy. But our stance here as an answer to our opposition is that corruption in its most is a formulation of the system called democracy. So without this democracy, we wouldn't be having such rampant corruption. But don't worry, we will let you know of the alternatives when you come back and talk. Thank you.
A response.
So the question we were given is, how is South Africa emerging stronger since 1994? So here are some ways South Africa is emerging stronger with regards to economic growth, membership in BRICS, multi-polarity, non-alignment, and economic ties. So.
All right, now we'll have our concluding arguments from the opposition.
All well form of government, except all those other forms that have been tried time to time. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Mlungisi Ngobese once again, and we are standing here as Team C to tell you that we are against this notion that democracy is the optimal form of governance that we have within our country. Ladies and gentlemen, this quote that I just quoted now is a quote from the very same person that our opposition quoted from earlier on. It is from Winston Churchill. And I'll repeat this quote. No one pretends that democracy is perfect or all-wise. Indeed, it has been said that democracy is the worst form of governance, except all those other forms that have been tried from time to time. Democracy may look good, ladies and gentlemen, on paper, but in practice, it has proven to be flawed and ineffective system of governance. The shortcomings of democracy are particularly apparent in South Africa, where promises were made post-apartheid transition and have not been fully realized. We must look at alternative forms of governance that are more responsive, more equitable, and more sustainable. We all know, ladies and gentlemen, the hype that we had post-1994 with the promise of a free and democratic society. But we stand here today looking at ourselves and asking ourselves, where are these promises? In actual majority of the people in democracies around the world are starting to realize that democracies are not what they were told they are going to be. The World Bank stipulates that more than 50% of the democracies around the world are regarded as flawed democracies. Ladies and gentlemen, as we speak right now, 60% of the world's democracy are on shaky grounds. In actual fact, the majority of them in this continent are backsliding to other forms of governance because our people are realizing that this so-called democracy that was supposed to give us the all and all is not working at all. Democracies can be vulnerable, ladies and gentlemen, to influence of specialized interests and interests from the wealthy. When we say this, we're not talking of it from out of the blue. We've seen it happening here in South Africa. Case in point, the Gupta case. Case in point, the Oppenheimers and the Ruperts, that we are now being informed that they might be having some sort of influence within our government. That's why we are not being given what we are looking for. Ladies and gentlemen, democracy is not the optimal form of governance. In actual fact, democracies can be easily manipulated by populist leaders. And we've seen this happening, ladies and gentlemen. We saw what happened with the July 21 uprising. Populist leaders standing up. Let us stand up. What happened? July 21 happened because of this democracy. Ladies and gentlemen, democracies are prone to the tyranny of the majority. Our opposition here wants to tell us that democracies promotes equality and listening to everyone's voices. But let us currently look what is going on now in these so-called democracies. Let us not theorize these issues of democracy. Let us look at what is happening here on the ground. Right now, there are many marginalized groups in South Africa who believe that they are not being represented. Because why? The majority, the ruling party, is the one in power. Majority of our people are being removed away from the political sphere because they see that this so-called democracy only allows for the select few to be included within the system. Ladies and gentlemen, democracy might work in some form of ways, but for us to then say it is the optimal form of governance, I think we're losing the plot. What we need to do is to sit down and have a clear and proper discussion on the issues that we need to solve and not place democracy as the thing that is going to solve all of our issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Concluding arguments from the proposition, affirmative team. Stingy with the applaud.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon to the esteemed judges, my respective opponents, and my wonderful audience. I welcome you again on the second motion that we've had as topic as the Team H. I welcome you to this side of the House. As I wrap up what my team has spoken about and our arguments, that democracy has given us a freedom to speak our minds, to assemble and hold our leaders accountable. It has allowed us to build a society that values human rights, the rule of law, and principles of equality. So first off, just to share something with my fellow opponents, is that when he stands and sings Nkosi Sikelel' iSouth Africa, which I truly believe that the national anthem is about spreading hope instead of belittling the people and their hope about democracy. As we commemorate South Africa to actually striving and having resilience to actually overcome and break through so many challenges in our lives, I believe every one of us in this room has gone through something in their life but hasn't let that define who they are. So over the past 30 years, our democracy has faced challenges, but it has shown remarkable resilience and adaptability by overcoming challenges like democratic institutions, like the judiciary, parliament, and electoral commission, active civil societies like NGOs that actually want to help the old age people, to support the community and citizens of South Africa. My second speaker spoke about that democracy protects individual rights and freedoms. In democratic countries like other countries, Sweden, Canada, it shows that these citizens live a life of equality and freedom of each for, like example, the freedom of speech, freedom of religion, and so much more. In my opinion, I am very grateful that I get to live in a country where I'm not living bound to dictation and how others define how I should live. We have overcome and gone through to celebrate the 30th anniversary of our country, breaking through apartheid, heavy first democratic elections, and transitioning to democracy, as our country has been able to actually do businesses with countries outside this world internationally. So in conclusion, on my team's argument, we say ayeye South Africa ayeye for not giving up and moving forward. That through it all, we have crawled, we have fell, but we showed that we will still continue to stand up for persevering through it all. As a quote I would say from the Apostle Paul, as he says that we rejoice in our sufferings because they produce endurance, and endurance produces hope, and hope produces character. And I believe that our national anthem wants to share hope to the citizens of South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll find out from the judge ready. Okay, can we have talent in the house? I have broken the ice. Anyone with a rendition of a song, a poem? Let us make you famous. Anyone? Oh, Miss Nzama. A round of applause. Oh. Anyone? Aibo. This is a golden opportunity. You can take your seats. Debaters, you can take your seats. I cannot sing to save my life. Someone to rescue me? Round of applause for the two gentlemen. How? Akekho no pluck. No one is plucking courage to come and perform. But I tell you, no plug, eh? It's plucking courage, eh? Our Mr. Round of up for the campus managers. Thank you, campus managers, for coming to support this event. It means a lot to students and the lecturers as a whole. And we are still waiting for the performance. Yes, sir. A round of applause. The mic is a roving mic. And also some people have a stage fright. The mic is roving. It can come back to you. I see a hand there. Ready. All right, the judges are ready. The judges are ready. They will have an announcement of the teams that are going to go through the final round. Thank you.
Sanibonani. Ninjani? Wangathi indli yancipha nje. Asibekezeleni sekuseduze phambili. Ngizoba mfushane nje. Empeleni sithe besihleli lapha ya siqala semi-final yethu. Yavele yangazwakala nje njenge semi-final. And we felt a bit worried because besilindele ukuthi sithi up our games kancane. The main worry was there was lack of referencing. We were like more generalizing now. Bese sikhohliwe kanti la masoko sibese kufanele siwakhuphule khona ngempela. Okunye sikufisile in this second round, siyazi ukuthi nihlela ngaphambilini kokuthi nize la, kodwa bekuzoba kuhle kuthina ukuthi ikhulumi i-order yenu ukuthi speaker 1 uyethula sike simuzwe raise ama issues ke manje ngakona ukuthi usintroduce le topic khona sokwazi ukubona ukuthi how diverse he or she is. So we commend uteam H engicabanga ukuthi bona bathe ukuswapa ama team members so that we hear a perspective yakho ukuthi bawunikeza elinye ithuba, how do you tackle things, how do you engage with your audience. Okunye sikulawo esikugcina kunisebenzela as a disadvantage. Esithemba ukuthi ngokuzayo nizokwenza kangcono kakhulu ekutheni uma sikhuluma lana sesifunda phansi kakhulu, i-eye contact ingekho, kugcina kungafiki ngendlela kufanele kufike ngayo kwabakulaleli. Uthola ukuthi isikhulumi uma sesikhuluma sona mhlambe sibuza umbuzo, then you see ukuthi lo muntu has got more to offer, but leyo kufunda njalo sibuke phansi iyasilimaza. Ngaphandle kokubambezela ngicela ukuthi kodwa sithemba ukuthi lezi iyalo esinikezayo zizonakha ukuqhubeka na kwi-competition yangonyaka ozayo. Enye into futhi esiyiphawulile ukuthi amanye ama teams aba nabantu abathize okuyibona ayibambile i-team, abanye noma beza kodwa ubona ukuthi bengase ilunga le team lihlale phansi umyalezo kwabanye yebo so ngathi ngalesikhathi sipractice siqeqeshana sizama ukuthi sonke sizama ukuequipana ngendlela ezolingana so that sonke as team members sibe strong so ngaphandle kokubambezela sicela ukumemezela ama team amabili ekuwona azodlulela kwi round yokugcina ngama point noma ngiqala ngo number 2 yeah kube u team C futhi ngamaphuzu awu 17 wase ulandelwa u team H ngamaphuzu awu 15 so semba ukuthi le iluleko ezincane sinikeze yona in this final round sizonciphisa ukubheka phansi ukuze sithi ukunyusa amasokisi siyabonga.
All right, for the organizers we have discussed, we know the topic, the last topic that will be debated on, but we are not sure which team is affirming and which team is opposing. So, in a spirit of fairness, may we have team captains or any members from Team H and Team C, one member is to come forward to the draw. This draw is to decide who is opposing and who is proposing. Team H, if you had a choice for this topic, you would want to oppose or propose? Team C, if you had a choice, would you want to propose? Both teams want to oppose. But in terms of fairness, please place the papers before the judges on the table there. And then Team H is affirming and Team C is opposing the topic. All right, we'll allow them, judges, 5. Do we have that liberty? Hey, unfortunately, we have 5 minutes for a performance. I think in these 5 minutes, we'll have a performance, eh? Yes, I heard a yes. Oh. A performance? Let us adjourn for 5 minutes. Let us adjourn for 5 minutes. We'll resume. there are bonus marks for that. Judges, do you have the motion? Do you have the motion that is debated on? Right, I see that the teams were born ready. First speaker from the affirmative, please come forward.
Team H. Whoa, it has been such a journey to get to this point, but let's get straight to the topic. Respected members of the judging panel, a good afternoon. It has been a journey to get here, but getting to the motion at hand, I would like to come here before you to greet and thank you for this opportunity to come here and to debate about this motion. I introduce my team members yet again. Second speaker, Akona Kulu. Third speaker, Nonjabulo Khatebe. And our researcher, Nogwanda Ngubani. So the topic that we are posing today says that this House supports killing, causing serious bodily or mental harm, deliberately inflicting conditions of life calculated to bring about physical destruction. When is genocide punishable? Obviously, when genocide occurs, it can be punished. But also where this conspiracy to commit genocide, direct and public incitement to commit genocide, attempt to commit genocide and or complacency is committing genocide, conspiring to commit genocide directly and publicly inciting to go after the Gaza Strip, where these two countries have hurt one another for so many years. And we've seen Israel doing such immense things and inflicting pain on the Gaza Strip, seeing women being killed, children being stripped away from their homes, killings, bombs to the Gaza Strip. So I would like to leave it here for my...
Thank you, First Speaker. The opposition.
Greetings once again. Standing in front of you is Nomandla Mdunge with my fellow teammates, and we are the opposing side and we are Team C. The motion, the third motion of today, states that this House supports the South African government's decision to pursue a genocide case against Israel in light of the ongoing genocide case in the Middle East. What is genocide? It is a description of intentional destruction of a group of people based on their ethnicity, nationality, race, religion, and culture. We are not disputing the genocide, and we do feel for them, but it is not our place to involve ourselves in this case. There's a history between Israel and Gaza. the conflict goes way back. It's a long-standing and complex issue with a deep historical, political, and religious roots. Their history says Arab-Israel war. There are a lot of issues that are going on in Israel, between Israel and Gaza, which is, the key issues are the territorial disputes. The territorial disputes are Israel and Palestine claim sovereignty over the same land, with Israel controlling the majority of the territory. Security. Israel is concerned about the security threat posed by Hamas and other militant groups in Gaza. The third one, which is blockade. The blockade has led to a humanitarian crisis, like limited access to basic necessities like food, water, and electricity. Settlements. Israel's construction of settlements in the West Bank and East Jerusalem is a major point of contention, as Palestinians see it as a violation of their self-determination. If we involve ourselves in this case, we would be putting ourselves in security concern. South Africa may prioritize its own security and regional stability over taking stance on this conflict. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now we'll hear from the second speaker of the proposition.
Good day to you, ladies and gentlemen. Today's topic says, this House supports the South African government's decision to pursue a genocide case against Israel in the light of the ongoing conflict in the Middle East. The South African government has a moral and legal obligation to stand up for human rights. She mentioned universal human rights, which emphasizes the importance of upholding universal human rights, including the rights to life, liberty, and security of a person, regardless of nationality, ethnicity, or religion. Secondly is protection of mothers and children, which highlights the vulnerability of mothers and children in conflict zone and the needs of the special protection and support, including access to healthcare, education, and social services. Thirdly is justice and solidarity, which stresses the importance of standing in solidarity with those affected by the war and conflict, and advocating for the justice and accountability for human rights violation and war crimes. And lastly is deterrence. Prosecuting Israel's leaders would deter future war crimes and promote response for international law. For example, the 2018 Gaza border protects, during which Israel force killed over 200 pedestrians, including unarmed protests and journalists. The ongoing construction of Israel's settlement in the West Bank, considered illegal under international law. Lastly, allegations of torture and ill treatment of Palestinians detained in Israel prisons. In conclusion, the South African government's decision to pursue a genocide case against Israel is a courageous stand for human rights and accountability. It is a testament to our commitment to upholding international law and protecting the vulnerable. We cannot turn a blind eye to the atrocities committed against the Palestinian people. Let's continue to advocate for justice, equality, and an end to the occupation. Only then we can achieve a lasting peace in the Middle East, build on the foundations of human rights, dignity, and respect for all. Thank you.
All right, now let us have the second speaker from the opposition. Stingy, don't be stingy.
Greetings to the floor at large once again. Standing in front of you is Speaker 2 from the opposing side, Team C, under the notion at table. And I'll begin by saying it is important to note that these arguments don't necessarily mean South Africa is pro-Israel, but rather that the country may have various reasons for not taking a strong stance in support of Palestinians. And I will tell you why. There are complex issues. The conflict is complex and has deep historical, religious, and political roots. South Africa may not want to take sides for getting entangled in sensitive issues. And we have strong economic ties with Israel that we do not want to jeopardize, as well as diplomatic relations. My speaker one also mentioned security concerns. So us going and supporting Palestinians, we are putting South Africa at risk as well. And we as this opposing team believe that we should focus on African issues. South Africa may prioritize addressing conflicts and issues within the African region because there are other countries in the Middle East that are also signatories of the Genocide Convention, but yet they sit back and choose not to take part in this. And I would conclude by saying the ICJ itself doesn't have enough power or rather influence to just stop the war. It depends on the country to act on its own goodwill. So actually taking the case to the ICJ will not do much. In actual fact, there have been rulings that were made by the ICJ to Israel and they were ignored. So I would conclude by saying we as South Africa have a lot that we could focus on. We have our own internal issues that we should be focusing on than rather going and putting our country at risk by taking part in such complex wars. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Now we are in the question and answer session. One question per team, affirmative. If you have a question, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so I have a question for the second speaker. It goes back to the first speaker and the second speaker as well, but I'd like the second speaker to answer this. How do you justify not taking a stand when South Africa has a moral obligation to promote human rights globally? Thank you.
Question from the opposition.
Thanks, Program Speaker. Thanks once again, ladies and gentlemen. Our question is very simple. Debaters here told us that supposedly this ICJ case.
All right. Thank you. Let us have a response from the opposition. A response.
Thanks. Just to answer the question on how can South Africa stand by when they have a moral obligation to do whatever we are told South Africa has to do. Reality is, ladies and gentlemen, South Africa has a moral obligation to its citizens. South Africa cannot do or take actions that are going to put South African citizens
at jeopardy. So by going there, they are actually going against their moral duty, according to what we say, as you'll explain when you come and talk here. Thank you.
Let us hear the response.
Thank you. To answer the question of the second speaker on how is South Africa's action right now going to make a change. So South Africa having its unique history and perspective on human rights and international justice, given its own experience with apartheid and transitional justice, by posing a case against Israel for alleged genocide and human rights violations, South Africa is taking a stand for that the Israel will not go through the same thing that they've been through with what, sorry, can I just rephrase it again? So basically the answer for my opposition is that South Africa having a unique history itself on apartheid, they do not want this to happen again to another people seeing it. So they rather want to take a stand instead of looking at this happen. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Now we'll ask the last speaker from the opposition to come and close their argument.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I greet you one last time this afternoon. Indeed, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long day, and we are here today as Group C for the very last time to tell this House that we are opposing the motion that this House supports the genocide case taken from South Africa to the ICJ against Israel. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to make this one thing clear, and we must make it clear from the start. We are not supporting the actions of Israel in Palestine. No, we are not. We cannot say whether it's a genocide or not. We are not legal experts. We are not experts of international law. We cannot say that. But what we do know right now is that it is not South Africa's place. It cannot be South Africa's place. And South Africa is actually doing something that is putting the South African citizen at its worst place ever. I will go through this with you. First and foremost, South Africa is well aware that taking any case to the ICJ needs the cooperation of all the parties within the Security Council which have veto powers for its orders to be implemented. Ladies and gentlemen, the ICJ has released more than 4 rulings. In actual fact, this is the latest ruling from the ICJ case sent by South Africa to the ICJ. It already ruled. They given out rulings. But what did Israel taking anyone to the ICJ amongst African countries so that they can stop the authorities going there? Palestine and the people of Jerusalem have their neighbors who are also signatories of the genocide convention. The people who are supposed to be taking up that case. In actual fact, South African Pretoria has done the gravest mistake of taking this case to the ICJ. I'll tell you why. During the time when South Africa took the case to the ICJ, the neighbors of Palestine, Iran, the UAE, and Turkey, were formulating a peace deal. Mr. Netanyahu was going and attending those peace negotiations. But immediately when South Africa took the case to the ICJ, Israel turned away. What happened? More people died. Who might say? We might say that South Africa actually put Palestinians in a detrimental space rather than helping them at all. Because maybe if they didn't go to the ICJ, a peace deal would have already been broken already. But where are we today? We are continuing with the war. Declarations are coming out. South Africa is continuing spending money going to The Hague. Israel is continuing going bombing Gaza. Because they know that they have the protection. So what are we saying? South Africa was supposed to at least keep its neutral stance like it has been doing with all other conflicts. Because we look at Russia, South Africa is neutral. But what changes now in this? Because South Africa is what is severing ties, economic ties that are gravely needed in our country, severing economic ties with Israel, severing economic ties with all other states that are actually supporting Israel. So South Africa actually did us a disfavor by taking this case to the ICJ, did us and the people of Palestine a disfavor. They are better placed people and better equipped people to deal with such conflicts. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now we'll hear the last speaker for the session, the affirmative side, with their closing arguments.
Ladies and gentlemen, I greet you all again. As we conclude this debate, let us remember the gravity of the issue at hand. The conflict in the Middle East has resulted in unspeakable human suffering, displacement, and violence. The Palestinian people have faced decades of occupation, apartheid, and genocide. It is our moral and legal obligation to act. As some of my team members have touched on this topic, our second speaker, Akonakulu, has touched on the universal human rights, protection of mothers and children, which we do realize that we're in the month that celebrates women in motherhood, and for that, for what mothers do to sacrifice for their children. She also mentioned issues protecting, issues about justice, solidarity with those who are in pain, factors and influence that affect the war. So, to the opposition team, let us not focus on the finances and how much has been spent, but look at this as an act of assisting people in need, because all in all, people are losing their lives. By supporting this motion, we are not only upholding international law and human rights, but also acknowledging historical injustice and ongoing oppression faced by the Palestinian people. We are demanding that those responsible to be held accountable for their crimes. We are standing genocide case against Israel. We owe it to the victims, their families, and future generations to seek truth, justice, and accountability. We owe it to ourselves to stand up for what is right and just. Let us make difference, and let us make it now. Thank you.
I'd like to take this opportunity to say you have all been great. The judges now are weighing words. They are weighing words, they are not counting them. They are weighing words, they are not counting them. Debaters, you may take your respective seats. A round of applause, liberating. Let us ask Miss H. Ntombela. She's busy. But one comment that I have is that the debating competition is growing in leaps and bounds. The organizers, the debaters, I think we've all learned a lot. A round of applause for Ms. Ntombela.
Thank you, Mr. Luthuli. Sanbona. At the end of the day, ninjani, ngiyaphila nami. Abangangazi igama nguHlobelihle Ngwakantombela. I'm the Senior Student Support Officer at Central Office. Ngicela nje nonke nishayele izandla namhlanje. Ngibonge nje kuwo wonke umuntu who's here today. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for your respect, and thank you for your participation. Thank you for making this event such a wonderful event, such a successful event. Ngiyabonga nje kakhulu. Ngiqale nge-senior management yala college. Angela. Ngiqale nge-senior management yala college. Siyabonga kakhulu under the leadership of Mrs. TJ Kula, no Mr. Spear who was here today. Thank you very much for your unwavering support. Nokuhlezi nje ninathi bas-approvela ama-budget nakho konke nje. Siyabonga kwi-senior management, siyabonga kwi-campus management yawo wonke. To the English teachers, ngicela nishaye izandla. You have been remarkable. Kukho konke nje bengeke besingeke sibe la namhlanje if it wasn't for you. I-debate committee yethu has been absolutely amazing. Ngibonge nje nakunina for holding my hand through this journey since it's my first debate competition that student supports. You have been very, very, very supportive in ensuring that this event has been successful. Ngiyabonga kakhulu nje kwi-debate committee. Ngiyathemba ukuthi soqhubeka sisebenzisane kahle. Kuningi nje okuseza, kusano poetry or debate or book review. We still have a long way to go, and I look forward to working with you guys. Sibonge kwama judges ethu. Thank you for taking the time to spend this day with us. Siyazi ukuthi ni busy emsebenzini yenu, kodwa nithe nje namhlanje nizoba nathi la Elangeni College. Siyabonga kakhulu. You are also such a huge inspiration to us. Masizwa how far you've come in your studies. Siyabona ngempela ukuthi hey sisebancane impela kodwa hey kukude la siyakhona. Siyabonga. We look forward to working with you in future. Maningi nje amanye ama-event esisazoba nawo, and we look forward to having you. To our timekeeper and our moderator, thank you so much for your patience today. Thank you for your dedication. Nakho konke nje enisenzele khona siyabonga kakhulu. To the participants, you have been absolutely amazing. Istandard esisibona lana, wow. For me, this is my first debate event, and it has been amazing. Bengazi ukuthi la college sine standard esinje. Wow, guys, you guys did exceptionally well. Kuyasho ngempela ukuthi the future is in really, really good hands. You guys are so well spoken, so well prepared. Konke nje ekuphuma emlomeni wenu kuyangi-inspireisha nje kwayimina. Ngicela nje niqhubeke, have that kind of spirit in you. Niqhubeke ni-participate because sikhumbule ukuthi i-debate is part of the academic support. So it's not just an extramural activity, it's an academic support activity. So you participating in this, you are participating in the academic support. So ngicela nishaye izandla nani. You will receive certificates of participation in my campusing. The reason why we don't have them here today is that teams kept changing naninyas. So askwazangu ukuthi si prepare certificate on time, but I do assure you that you will receive your certificates and ikipa as well for participating. Zizofika my campusing in. Ngiyabonga kakhulu. I'd like to hand over to Mr. Lutsuli and the judges. I will be assisting the judges with distributor with a prize giving. Yeah, thank you very much.
Let's go home. All right, suspense is killing people. That is why we'll first need the host the host campus manager to come forward. Please. Judges are ready with their decision, with the announcement of results. Ms. Zama and the panel are going to help us in awarding what is due to winners. Judges, people are still stingy.
Sanibonani once again. Selizela shona ilanga nezingane sezihleli zodwa ezikoleni nama security. Bese ngasithina sohlala kuze kushayile isikhathi. Kodwa ke siyabonga, it's been a wonderful day. It's been a wonderful day. It's been very very fruitful and rewarding. Thank you so much. Siyabonga kakhulu kunina nonke nje ngoku for participating in this very august event. Nifuna ngiqale ngani? Ngiqale ngani? All right. Naiki directive which is sizoqala simemezele the best speakers. As you know, kunama speakers out two that are going to represent you at provincial level. But the idea is now that we need to have an alternative. So we're going to have three best speakers. Lomunye is going to support, and in case there's something that makhonto enzakalayo nje between the other two speakers abekhona as an alternative. So I hope amagama enu siwathole kahle. If angazi ukuthi nisaphelele yini la makusuka umorongo kodwa ngizosho ubuso ngiyabazi ubuso bona ke bungidide but amagama ngenze ukuthi angidide. So ngizoqala with the third person, the third best speaker. That means this is our alternative member, and that is Umdunge. Umdunge. Ilo Umdunge, yes. Yeah. Okay. Right. Umdunge, in fact, Umdunge yena ozibeke at a disadvantage. Because Umdunge, the whole time she played one and the same role. To introduce her, a topic, and her team. So azange sikwazi ukumbona ukuthi how versatile she is. Angikwazi ukuthi mangimthatha Umdunge ngimbeke la, ngimjijele ngama questions. I don't know how she's going to perform. But other than that nje, she's a very good public speaker, and we think she can do justice ukunimela as a college. Kodwa ke in future, now be careful. You have jeopardized yourself. Right. And then our second best speaker. Second best speaker wethu ngicela ukusho ngoba nizoshaya izandla ningilibazisa. Second best speaker wethu simchoose ngokuthi she was able to introduce naye I topic yakhe and ne team yakhe nokuthi team yakhe was able ukuthi I link yabona if one speaker speaks and then the other one olandelayo iyakuhlangana inkulumo yabo is very coherent. We introduce kahle I topic yakhe and her team, and what we love the most ukuthi she is able to think on her feet. Every question ebifika ubexumela ayiphendule kahle. So we think ukuthi if she represents you at a provincial level and she is posed with questions, she'll be able to handle any kind of a question, complex and easy, and yeah. And nje une enye into esiyithandile ngayo, she has a presence, she has a very strong character or personality. She une stage presence, let me just say that. Une stage presence, she commands the house. Ngize ngathi Ntokozo awulaleli awuzinto ezenzekalayo nje la endlini. It immediately went silent. And we sonke besilalela yena.
and I hope ngeke kuze kusuka umuntu orongi, and that is Miss Khumalo. Miss Khumalo, please come forward. Right, and then our very best speaker for the day. This one, Ube, he was so eloquent. Nje ama ideas akhe, kuyacaca ukuthi uwa researchile, well researched, une knowledge nge topic yakhe. Une knowledge and ube prepared. Ube ngafundi. Istori sakhe uyasazi. He came here wakhuluma ngendaba asiphathele yona. Bengaloke efunda ukuthi nje ngizomcela Nkosi yami angazi ukuthi how are you going to manage this as a college, but if you can ake nimtholele this mic efakwa la, where is it IT or what, please get him this mic le ehlala la, because he's all over the place, but nje I love the confidence, very confident na une stage presence, kodwa nje okuhle kakhulu nje nokungithathe kakhulu ngaye ukuthi bekubonakala ukuthi umsebenzi wakhe uprepare, very well prepared, and researchile uyawazi. So that is Ungobese. Yeah, I think bakhathe manje. Yani lapha phezulu. Siyabonga umsebenze kakhulu. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So now we are going to announce our final winner. But I'm going to go through the comments that I made, and this time it really felt like a final. Nekhumbula final ye rugby. Slogo simincile sithe yaze yaphela. This was a final. Besikuza ukuthi impela is a final, and this was a very close call. Kune match ka-2 phela between the two teams. So nje lo abawinile babahlule with only 2 points. Right. Team le engizoqala ngeteam engawinanga ngisho nje ukuthi siyabonga. You did a great job. and bakwazile ukuthi basinikeze history of the topic or of the two countries lawa alwayo, and they were able to define ama terms. But at this time, as ilukunjani ama stages ethu ngibona ukuthi lento yenye referencing nihambe nibuye ni call, but ku round 1 you were very like consistent in terms of referencing, and then citation, yes, ukuthi citation yenu anzange no acknowledge ama sources enu kakhulukazi. But I also, what I liked ukuthi ngesikhathi uSpeaker 2 ngesikhathi ekhuluma uSpeaker 2 wale team, I loved how she linked her argument with the argument of the previous speakers. So she took over and expanded on the points that were raised by the first speaker, which was very, very good. And then, so that is coherence. Coherence was very good. And then the team, I felt the team kept on making reference to international laws. Yinama international laws. What international laws are you talking about? International laws are just conventions. Tina, did we ratify those conventions? Because according to international laws that we did not ratify, we don't have to abide by those international laws. But we are not legally bound. We don't have a legal duty to respond in a certain way. So that was a gray area for me. And my closing points were good, but delivery as a team was not excellent. Level of confidence was a bit shaky. It wasn't the best, but as a team, in future, less reading, please, less reading, because it distracts her as a person, just distracts her as listeners, and it affects your delivery at the end of the day. So that is our team lo ongaphumelelanga, and then ke team wethu ophumelelile wona, they did well in terms of defining ama terms genocide nokuthi where they got that information from. Yes, they acknowledged their source, and they gave us ama reasons ukuthi why bona bekule section abebekuyona engafuna ukumention njengamanje, and they gave us a good background about the two countries that are affected. But at the beginning, I felt that they're giving us too much information on the history. Yeah, and then, but at the, during, meaning the other speakers, akwazile ukuthi asinikeze izathu zethu our involvement or not involvement or yethu as a country, and I felt they were able to rebut ama ideas of the other party. Their closing was excellent. Ama ideas they were delivered kahle, kakhulu, with confidence, and lots of procedures were explained. Mina I'm not angilandeli kakhulu lento yo Gaza no Palestine nan, but namhlanje ngifunde a lot. Ngibonile nje ngokulalela nje, especially ama closing arguments. Ngibonile ukuthi awuyazi kanti lento is actually quite interesting. Ngoba information esiyithole kwi closing argument was like, we want to see this work was really researched. So the team that is taking the cup today, which did exceedingly well with 18 points, is Team C. Okay. Sicela Team H as they come forward. Team H, come forward to take your prizes. Team C, don't be too excited. Team H gave you a run for your money. Nina nje nibashaye ngeconfidence kakhulukazi, kodwa nje They did very well. It's been a long day. Team C, please come over. Oh, Simalo, push it.
Ladies and gentlemen, our 2024 winners. Yes. Oh. This is our 2024 winners. And the gift for the judges.